All right. Welcome in, folks. We are, I believe, live. Yep. Okay. But we don't. Has this Spotify not been doing the thing all stream long? Yes, there. You'll hear background music in a second again. Didn't realize we were running in silence. You know what? You know what? Move in silence, move in darkness. Don't let people know, right? Which false, false. Work out in public. Do the thing loudly. Hey, welcome to all the TikTok refugees. Welcome to the Titterpug, Titterpig, Taterpug, tabletop RPG weirdos and freaks, all you indies and people who are not associated with the Giant Dragon game, or Hasbro, or WotC, or anybody else. Has anybody else read that recent Polygon article? Boy, that was kind of condescending, wasn't it? Because, oh yeah, indies need to get loud. Indies need to start making noise and let themselves go. Motherfuckers, you are the ones that are you are the ones that we go to make the noise to, and you all you do is fucking link to D&D. Hell, in the article where you're chiding the indies for not being loud enough, you link to like D&D 10 times and like barely once to indies. Fuck Polygon, is what I'm saying. We're off to a good start. We're off to a good start this week. How is everybody doing? I hope folks are doing well. I am being loud, as I was directed to be by the publications out there. Also today, we're just talking tabletop RPGs. We're talking Fabula Ultima. We're gonna dip over to that now because we are finishing. I am going to finish going through the goddamn book today. All right, we're not spending another week. I mean, I love Fabula Ultima. Don't get me wrong, really enjoying it. Overall, Fabula has gotten nothing but constant, just that pretty much from me. Hey, King Pine, welcome in, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope the week finds you well. Happy Tuesday, happy whatever time zone it may be where you are. But yes, today we are wrapping up Fabula Ultima. If it means I have to skip some stuff, we will. But yeah, I just want to get through the book, because not that I haven't been enjoying it. I've been enjoying the hell out of the game. I just, this is not a Fabula Ultima only channel. I do want to get to other games. I have so many. I really want to dip into Triangle Agency, which, is it here? Give me a second. Oh, no, I don't know. This is going to be horrible. Wait, I got to put up a light on the thing. Let's see here. Put a light over there, and if I dip over, I'm not ready. Look at this. This is not ready for anything, but hiding under there, yeah, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Also, this thing, super, like, if you are running any game where you might need a random map, this little foldy map, it's just enough map. You can unfold it and make more as needed. But also on the other side of it, it's got like dungeon. So it's got dungeon on one side, grass on the other, grass and rocks on the other. Really, that's gonna cover like 95% of all your Titterpig, like grid-based needs. Honestly, for in a pinch, big fan of that. But anyway, that's not what we're here for today. We are back to Fabula Ultima and wrapping that up. But let me catch up on chat real quick. You rolled the character on the character trait tables and made them, by the way, inspired by you. Thank you. I'm glad I inspired you. I'm glad. Tell me about the character. Did you know? I actually had years and years ago. I actually had a little side spin-off podcast from the main podcast which I have, which, by the way, for anybody on chat who doesn't know, there it is. I don't know why I hit it twice, but at least Stream Elements was smart enough to only put it once. I am a part of a very long-running actual play podcast. If you want to check that out, feel free to. It's right there. The links are on the chat. But I actually had a spin-off podcast called Tell Me About Your Character, and I had some really good interviews in that one. I really had a good time with that podcast, and I kind of wish I do kind of want to pick it up again. I'm just very bad at reaching out to people to interview them, but I might try it again. I've had a couple of people already kind of offer to be my agent and put me in touch with other people, but unfortunately hasn't happened yet, which I get. People have lives. It's fine. But it was all about like, hey, tell me about your character. And usually I would try to get people who are game creators or actual play folks or everything. But it's basically, rather than tell me about your game, it's tell me about your character. Tell me about either the character you're playing now or a character that you played in the past that has stuck with you, that sort of thing. And it was a really good time because people do get attached. And honestly, nobody ever asks you, like, tell me about your character, right? Nobody wants to know. Like, you want to talk about your character to other people, but nobody ever asks you. If you start talking about your character to somebody randomly, they'll think you're insane. I wanted to offer an outlet for that, and I should go back to that. I should do it again. So King Pine, please tell me about your character. I'm real curious to see what you actually made there, because hell, especially if it was anything I inspired. And on that note, even though I want to rant about so many things, I want to rant the past week since we last streamed. It's been wild. It's been wild. The world is on fire, as always, I suppose. But it's just if anybody on chat is from the US and is at all aware of the TikTok situation, right? That shit's apparently getting banned. Like, this is basically the last week of TikTok. And so, of course, Meta, fuck you, suck. It's trying to position itself as like, oh, come over here. Oh, Reels is just like TikTok, except, American. And also we have tits and ass. But anyway, no, fuck you, suck. I will not. You cannot make me use your stuff. In fact, I wasn't using your stuff, but I had it installed because sometimes you want to check in what's going on Facebook, what's going on Instagram, whatever. I hate that there are several organizations locally here in my neighborhood in Astoria, New York, Queens, best city in the world, that refuse to use anything but fucking Instagram as a way to, like, announce what they're up to. So I have to keep an eye on Instagram, kind of. But I don't have to do that on my phone. I uninstalled all that shit from my phone entirely. And then the hilarious part about it, my favorite part, honestly, right? The whole supposed reason, quote unquote, I think we all know why the US government is actually banning TikTok. But the official reason about, data security and China getting all our data, because we're using an app that we think is here in the States, but it's actually owned by China, and they're going to steal all our data. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, all us TikTokers are moving over to this other app called Red Note, Xiao Xing Hao. It literally, in Chinese, it's literally Little Red Book, if you know your history and you know your Mao. Anyway, it's the official, like, it's not the official. There is a Chinese TikTok. That's not what we're moving towards. We're moving to Red Note, which is kind of like it's a Chinese Instagram almost, but it's just enough. It's just familiar enough, and yet the app is still in Chinese. Look, Americans are learning Mandarin. They are making friends with Chinese people. It is the most heartwarming thing I've seen in a long time. All right, I've gone on the app. The Chinese people have been incredibly warm and receptive. A lot of the Americans that are going there are actually being very nice and very kind. They're kind of treating this like, we are visiting somebody else's house. Let's learn the way. Because, yeah, the really nasty, like, MAGA folk are not moving to Red Note. They hate the Chinese. They'll never go there. So it's just hilarious. It's just hilarious that basically the public is going like, hey, government, go fuck yourself. So hard, they are literally just like, I'm taking my data and going directly handing it to the Chinese. Because I would rather that than do what you tell me. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I freaking love it. I'm so happy with it. Hey, there we go, King Pine. All right, they use a class from one of the supplements because it was just too good. Yeah, I haven't looked at the supplements yet, and I will. I'm going to skip, once I finish Fabula Ultima today, I'm going to talk about Triangle Agency because I really want to dive into Triangle Agency. But at some point later in the coming months, I fully intend to look through the supplements, look through the high fantasy and what's the other one? The techno fantasy, I believe, the supplements that are out. So yeah, I definitely want to check those out. I do have the PDFs. I just haven't sat down to read them, of course, but I'm excited to. All right, so let me finish catching up on chat here. Let's see. And Natural Fantasy is supposed to come out this year. Fuck yeah! So actually, you know what? Wait, let me see when that's coming out, because that might be a really good time to. Let's see. Fabula Ultima Natural Fantasy Atlas. Have they made any kind of announcement? Natural Fantasy Atlas is out in Italian. The English release won't be until 2025. If you go to oh, cool. So it actually already exists. I guess it just needs to be translated, but it's sometime in 2025. All right. Well, if I find out when it's getting released, that's going to be that could be a really good time to go ahead and like hit all of them, right? Hit all 3 fantasy atlases, and kind of check them out all at once. I think that would be yeah. It's on pre-order in Italian. Okay. Well, again, hopefully sometime in 25. Hopefully not before too long. But I think that would be a good timing, right? Like once that comes out, like, all right, cool. We got all 3 atlases. Let's kind of give them a quick look over. Anyway, let me finish catching up on chat here. Too many windows. Let's see. So let's see. You rolled an Amnesiac Abomination Seeking Justice. Oh, that's dope. That's dope. Real Frankenstein vibes. So they are a monster mutant that was grown in a lab. They are seeking justice against the scientists and people in power. They are sacrificing people to try and create these mutants that are being used in war. They are level 3 mutant from the Techno Fantasy Atlas and level 2 Chimerist. Also, yes, there are 2 100% free classes that you could check out if you wanted to on the Fabula Ultima official website. Necromancer and the Ace of Cards. Yo, both of those are right. Wait, I love Necromancers. Those of you who watched my previous deep dive into Exalted Essence know that I do love me, a pet class, and I consider Necromancers to be a pet class. And I love cards. Ace of, okay, let's wait. No. Okay, let me open that up. Let me find my browser. Let's look at that. Fabula Ultima. Let's just go to the website, right? Fabula Ultima. Let's see here. Bear with me. I want to check this stuff out. No, I don't want to translate from Italian, although I appreciate your attempt. Website. Let's see, where would those be? Pressing start, load your game downloads. Free playtest, Techno Fantasy, Opalosphere cards. I don't even know what the Opalosphere is. Character sheet. Your story will shine on. Bonus, Halloween, Gen Con. Is it one of the Halloween? Is under Fabula Ultima bonus. Thank you so much. Yeah, I see. Okay, I'm actually right there. So let's see, Halloween 20. So April Fools and Halloween. Okay, so let's look at April Fools, and let's go ahead and just switch out to that scene. Oh, I'm already on the card. Okay, let's go back. So let's hear. So we're actually looking at the PDF. Let me just swap out. Let me tell OBS to pick up my browser. There we go. Fabula Ultima bonus. Draw your card. Face your destiny with ability and class. So this is technically an April Fool's class, but yes. Oh, no, I don't care if it's April Fool's. This is the dopest thing ever. I want to play this. This is yes. My blue eyes white dragon is going to destroy you. Wait, is my thing okay? Wait, I just want to make sure I am not too cutting off. There we go. All right. It's an April Fool's class, but it is really cool. Yeah. The art alone, I'm sold. So Aces of Cards make use of special decks to perceive the constant fluctuations of the stream of souls. Each deck, each deck is inextricably connected to its user and reflects their taste and personality. By drawing specific combinations at the right moment, an Ace of Cards manipulates magical energy to produce supernatural effects. In some worlds, Aces of Cards duel against each other using their personal decks in a quest for glory in order to obtain precious artifacts. When did you first manifest your magic powers? Are you cold in perspective, brash and lively? What does your deck look like? What's the most unfortunate event in your life? What did you learn from it? And how do you combine your deck with your other abilities? Permanently increase your maximum hit points or mind points by 5, your choice. All right, so let me check these skills. Double or nothing. Before you perform an accuracy check, a magic check for an offensive spell, or a check to advance or turn back a clock, you may declare double or nothing. If you do and the check triggers a critical success, double the damage dealt by that attack or spell, or the filled or erased sections of that clock, respectively. However, any other kind of success becomes a failure instead. Boy, talk about turning gambling into a game mechanic. Because you are straight up. This is just straight up gambling. Like, yeah, double or nothing. And only on a critical success. And critical successes are not the most unusual in this system. But it's... Wait, didn't we do the math on that before? That it was not that different from like a crit on a d20 in terms of odds? Like, you are betting double or nothing on a 5% chance? Yo, I don't, you know, as much as I say I want to play this, I'm not sure I'm brave enough. I'm not sure I'm brave enough for this. Anyway, let's continue. High or low? When you generate a critical success or a fumble, you may draw one card from your deck. If you do, discard one card from your hand. Okay, that's cool, actually. Magic cards. All right, so can we expand it? So, Game Pine, by the way, thanks again. For sending a message last week reminding me of what these actual numbers mean, because I kept looking at them and I knew what they meant, but I sort of flaked over it. Hi, sweetie. Hi, kitty. Do you want to come say hi to people? Maybe? You're thinking about it? Let me see if I can convince her to come here. She has been so needy today, folks. She has been so needy today. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Okay, no, sweetheart. You know what's coming. You know what's coming. You know what this is. You know what it is. Come on. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hi, beautiful. Hi, beautiful. Yeah. How you doing? How you doing, sweetheart? Huh? Are you okay? Are you happy? Are you a little kitty? She has been so needy, folks. She has been incredibly needy. Oh, well, she's done with me. Okay, there we go. She doesn't like being held. She desperately wants. Okay, she's got two things in life that she loves. What is best in life? You ask my cat, and she tells you, one, to sleep on Dad's lap, and two, to bite the living fuck out of Dad's hand. Those are the two things that she wants to do at all times, and I am not allowing her to do either of them today because there's just not enough room on my lap for me to be able to do things. And I kind of need my hand right now. So she's been very upset with me that I am not accommodating all her whims. Alas. Anyway, King Pine, thanks again for reminding me. So basically this number, for anybody watching who doesn't know, the little number after, if you see the plus, it means you can buy that power again. The little number means how many times you can buy that. So shut up. Nobody asked you, Clanker. Nobody asked you. Technology needs to not talk back. That is my hot take on AI and... Oh, wait. This just got moved. There we go. There we go. Thanks, Cat, for automatically expanding my window, by the way. Hot take. Machines should not speak unless spoken to very clearly, and the fact that occasionally like the machines will like start answering, no, I didn't begin the Butlerian Jihad right now. Anyway, the number means how many times you can buy that power again, because I think there was one that I was going like, oh wow, so if you buy this, I think it was the Tinkerer, I think, with their potions. I don't know, there was one class that basically had a way, it's like, oh, if you keep buying this, you're effectively getting more potion for free. But there actually was a limit. Like, you can't actually buy that skill enough times to make the, to sort of like trick the system that much. Yeah, potion rain, right. So thanks again for pointing that out, because yes, you are correct. And I probably would have noticed that eventually, but in the moment I just got excited about it. That's what I do. That's what I do. I get excited about things and I yell at them. Anyway. Magic cards can be, so let's keep that in mind as we're reading the effect, right? That it can be bought maximum of 3 times. So magic cards, you gain a deck, a hand, and a discard pile. See next page. We'll see that on the next page, I guess. During a conflict, you may use a card, an action, and spend up to 10 plus skill level times 5. So at level 1, you'd be spending 15. Level 2, you'd be spending 20. Level 3, you'd be spending 25, and that's it. That's as high as it goes, because that's a maximum of 3, right? Mind points, minimum of 10. If you do, resolve 1 card from your hand for every 5 MP spent this way to a maximum of, so a maximum of 5 cards, and these cards form a set. After you resolve the effect of the set, if any, discard these cards and draw that many cards from the deck. Are we playing Balatro here? Are we making hands? Are we playing poker? Because if we are, if this is the Balatro class, I want to run an entire game that revolves entirely around the Balatro user. And if you haven't played Balatro, don't. I was gonna say you should, but no, don't. Save yourselves. Save yourselves. You don't need the addiction. We are playing a very simplified version of Balatro. The fact that it's a simplified version of Balatro really... Let's look at the mechanics, but it really makes me want to make this like a proper Balatro card. Like, set up the jokers, have effects. Anyway. So we'll look at those shortly with managing the deck. I see that down there. Let's finish the ability. So Mulligan, you can buy that up to 5 times. At the end of your turn during a conflict, you may discard up to SL cards from your hand if you do draw that many cards from your deck. Yeah, this is Balatro. These are your discards. And trap card. You have activated my trap card. After an enemy you can see performs an action during conflict, you may declare one of your deck's suits after the action is resolved and put the first card on the bottom of your deck in your discard pile face up. If that card is a joker or its suit matches the one you declare, you may immediately perform the spell action for free, casting a spell with a total mind point cost equal to or lower than skill level times 5. You must still pay its MP cost. Okay. Let's read, because this is a whole thing. After an enemy you can see performs an action during a conflict, you may declare one of your deck's suits after the action has been resolved and put the first card on the bottom of your deck in the discard pile face up. Okay, wait. If a card's a joker or its suit matches the one you declared, you may immediately perform the spell action for free, casting a spell. Okay, I like that. Give me a second. I need to. Okay, I know the overhead is not set up for it right now. It's fine. Bear with me. That's not the cards we want. Bear with me. Cards. All right, this is horrible. This is horrible. What's this look like, by the way? Oh my God, what a mess. Steam Deck. Big fan of Steam Deck. Anyway, are you reversed? You are reversed. How do I fix that? Give me a second. Let's go to the board. And just there. Why was it mirrored? There was no need for that. Okay. All right. I don't know why my Steam Deck is on camera, but it's what we've got. It's what we've got. All right. So you're telling me, game, you're telling me that. So I guess the jokers do go in, because I've got 2 jokers double-sided. So there would be 2 jokers, and they would actually go in, right? So we're gonna actually no wait. Let's leave 1 joker out so we can force this later, right? So let's do a quick shuffle, right? And I'm saying, so the way it's described, right? Somebody else has to do a thing that triggers our action, that triggers our thing, right? We've got it. Let's put a couple of cards here as a discard pile to kind of just have it there, right? Put this joker over to the side, and we're saying, all right, let's say an enemy caster or whatever just cast a fireball, and I go, yeah. And so wait. We declare. Let's look at the game text real quick. Just on my screen. Don't worry. You're not. I'm not gonna switch back out. Where'd my browser go? There we go. Declare one of your deck suits after the action has been declared. Has been resolved. So the enemy cast a spell. They did the thing, and I go, cool. I'm gonna activate my trap card. I declare hearts. And then you put the first card on the bottom of your deck so you pull from the bottom of the deck and you flip it. Yo, I didn't even plan that. I said hearts. So that's a heart. That triggered. You've activated my trap card. And then that means if I had that at level 1, all I can cast is, I would basically cast at that moment a 5 or less mind point spell, and I still have to spend the points. So how many spells are under 5 mind point cost? Because you can activate this, you can get this up to level 4, so that would be a maximum of up to 20. Yeah, it's amazing action compression if you can get it to trigger. Yeah, exactly. But it's a 25% chance on average to trigger. Plus, if you've got the jokers in the deck, right? If you pull that and you draw and you pull a joker like that, that also triggers. So it's like slightly higher than 25% with the 2 jokers in the deck, 2 cards, 52. It's gonna add it a couple extra percentage points, so maybe like 27% or something. I'm not doing math right now, but it's not the worst odds, but it doesn't cost you anything, though, right? That's the thing from what I'm seeing. I mean, other than, I guess, you are kind of like wasting, quote unquote, a card. So if I pulled and I said hearts and I pulled like the diamond, well, nothing would have happened, right? And that's it, right? Using trap card doesn't cost me anything from the rules description that I'm seeing. So yeah, it's not an instant trigger. It's a 25% chance of triggering, and it's like after an enemy you can see performs an action during conflict you may declare. I mean, rules as written, there's nothing stopping you from just trying to trigger a trap card after every single enemy action, right? It's just after an enemy you can see, so long as you can see the enemy and they perform an action and it's in a conflict, then that triggers my trap card. That triggers my declaring a suit, so hearts, whatever, and doing the thing. And if nothing happens, nothing happens. But if it does, then I can cast a spell for, quote unquote, for free. You still have to pay the mind point cost, but it's, it's an action. It's an action that you get to take. And especially in this game where you really only get the one action, you don't have like a proper, really like deep action economy. There's no extra points, there's no bonus actions or extra actions or whatever. For the most part, right? There are some things that let you activate, but as written default. There's the action economy, such as it is very small. So even even getting an extra action 1 out of every 4 times that an enemy does something is impressive, right? It's still a thing. I can see maybe like once we look at the card system, then maybe having like, oh no, I used up my king of spades on one and now it's been discarded, so I'm not going to be able to get that effect later. I could see that being a downside. Like you might waste some potential effects and stuff. So it's up to you, but this is kind of a very gambly class, so that might be a risk or a gamble or a price that you're willing to pay. Either way, all right, cool. I like that. I like that little thing. All right, let's switch back. That's dope. That's dope. Let me catch up on chat again. Anything that can give you extra actions is very, very good. Exactly. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. I'm gonna be honest. I really like this. I know it's an April Fool's thing, but like. And it's a little trolly. It's a little trolly. Because double or nothing especially I can see that being a problem. If you're constantly doubling down and not getting the crit successes, right? But all right, so let's actually look at this. There's 2 more pages here and some new heroic skills, which we barely looked at the heroic skills actually in the main book, but that's fine. So let's see. Managing the deck. King Pine, by the way, I super appreciate this. Don't take this the wrong way, but here I was going, I'm gonna finish this game. I was gonna get through the last couple of things, and then here I am looking at extended content and April Fools classes instead. This is who I am. This is who I am as a person, right? All right. So your deck is an actual deck of cards that you can assemble however you prefer, provided their backs are identical and you follow the restrictions below. The deck contains exactly 30 cards. So I was a little out of line with that example. I wasn't supposed to be using a 52 card deck, but that also modifies the odds. That modifies the odds a little. Like the 25% chance for the trap card is still pretty much the same. Slightly over 25 because of the jokers, right? But it's a little bit better. Less cards means that the jokers matter more. So now maybe we're talking, again, I would have to do math, but it sounds closer to like a 30% chance now for triggering a trap card, which is, decent. It's a little bit more decent. It's not a huge difference, but, sure, I'll take it. But I think that affects double or nothing more. No, actually it doesn't. It doesn't, because it's about the dice. It's about the rolling critical successes. It has nothing to do with cards. So no, double or nothing is not affected by the size of the deck. Never mind. And let's see what the rest of this looks like. 4 types called suits. When you create your character's deck, associate each suit to a different damage type among earth, fire, and ice. Nice. For each suit, that contains 7 cards with values 1 through 7. The simplest approach is to just use a poker deck, removing face cards and cards number 8 to 10. But you can also use minor arcana from tarot, cards from collectible card games, and much more. Just make sure the combinations are easy to identify. Ooh, I think I would have fun. All right. Sidebar, let's go back to the overhead because I need to, for those who have not been here since the start, bear with me. Give me a second, because here's what I would like to do. Here's something I'd enjoy doing, building that deck out of. Ooh, I have so many tarot decks, but let's use. Bear with me. This sucker. What was that? There was absolutely no need for that to happen. Mess. Also, hi, cat. You think I called you? I did not. Bear with me. I'm a goddamn professional. I know what I'm doing. I'm sure I know what I'm doing. All right. There. Anyway, I want to build this card off of this. This is my Alleyman Tarot. This is the deck of cards that I would use. Maybe not even, actually, no, probably this one, because it's my most beloved deck of cards. It's got its own little bag. Look at these beauties. Ugh. It is a magpie deck, which means it's made out of. That's the thing, though. Actually, I wouldn't be able to use it because they specifically say that all the backs have to be identical, and no. So maybe I guess I can't use it. These are all like single cards from different decks. But I would still love to build the deck from it. Maybe just like, just pull blind. Don't look at the backs, right? But, I mean, look at these. The Ace of Wands. And just weird ones. The Lovers, the Time Machine. I would have to... I love this fool. I would have to dig through them and find the the number cards, but like the 5 of keys. That's a suit. I would need to find the other keys cards, but we got the Ace of Swords. Anyway, the Queen of Cups. No, so that's a face card. Anyway, I'm not gonna do that right now. I just felt the need to show off my cool tarot card. Weird, magpie deck collection. I do have a separate deck that's also a magpie deck, but it's a deck of play, and that one has a lot of cards related to Taterpugs, so that one might actually be a better fit. Again, rules as written, technically can't do them because these are all unique cards, so the backs are not identical, but that's not going to stop me at my table, is what I'm saying. Maybe at somebody else's table, no. But at my table, that wouldn't stop me. I would be too much in love with the idea of this. So, sidebar aside, let's pack this bad boy away back in its little box. There we go. Get back to it. But I'm loving this card, man. I'm loving this class. Let's go back here to the game. And oh, I see chat's been. Hey Phoenix, how you doing, friend? I hope things are going well for you. Happy Tuesday, friend. Let's see, one of your players used Magic the Gathering cards, and he used blue as ice, red as fire, white as air, and green as earth, and it was really cool. Yeah, Magic the Gathering cards would in fact be a great match for this. So yeah, no, it sounds like it would be a lot of fun. All right. What class are we on that uses cards? So we apparently Fabula Ultima has released a couple of free classes out there, and this was the April Fool's class a couple of years ago, and it is the Ace of Cards. And despite being an April Fool's class, it's actually really cool. They basically have a few powers, like Double or Nothing is great, but also like really risky. They have a trap card mechanic, they have magic cards, and then there's a whole mechanic for magic, which we just started looking at, for managing your deck. And I'm absolutely in love with the concept. I love using playing cards in tabletop RPGs, so a class that revolves around them and that gets me to say, you've activated my trap card, absolutely in love with this. Let's see. And use, yeah, the cost isn't up. Oh, okay, okay, I get it. The cost for the magic card, yeah, cost. Okay, I mean, you would have to like it's a difficult deck to build because you have to find the cards. I mean, lands are easy, right? Like, if like blue is water, which I'm assuming it is, then yeah, exactly. Blue is water, or ice rather. Red is fire, white is air, and green is earth. Yeah, perfect, makes sense. So like a one cost green land is, yeah, a one. It makes sense. It makes sense. I dig it. Anyway, let's see. So when a conflict begins, shuffle all 30 cards in your deck, place it face down in front of yourself, then draw 5 cards to form your starting hand. If you need to draw cards and your deck doesn't have enough, draw as many as you can, shuffle your discard pile into the deck, and place it face down. Okay, so basically just reshuffle if you run out of cards. Simple. As long as it's easy to tell what card is what, have fun with it. Yeah, exactly. When you draw cards from your deck, they are put into your hand. Normally, only you can see your hand. Sorry, my throat is like a little dry. All right, only you can see your hand. Where did I leave? But you can show it to others if you so wish. When you discard cards from your hand, place them face up into your discard pile in whatever order you prefer. However, the order of cards in your discard pile cannot be modified. Interesting. Your deck, your hand, and your discard pile, as well as any skills and effects related to them, are only available during conflict scenes. At the end of conflict, shuffle all 30 cards back into a deck, put it aside. Okay. Resolving a set. To produce a given effect, a set must match its requirements exactly. For instance, resolving a set of 5 cards with the same value will not match the requirements of Jackpot, as it can be to be composed of exactly 4 cards. When you resolve a set that includes jokers, you choose their suit and value. Cool, so jokers are straight up just wild cards. A set must match its requirements exactly. Okay, if a set matches... So the set is... Let me just double check. Because 5 cards is your hand. A set must match its... So when you resolve a set... Wait, so is a set always 5 cards? I'm not sure that was clear. Conflict begins. 5 cards form your starting hand. If you need to draw cards and your deck doesn't have enough, draw as many as you need. You use cards from your deck, they put into your hands. From your discard hand, your deck, your hands. A set is when you spend MP to reveal cards. Right. Oh, to a okay, here it is. Exactly. There we go. If you do, resolve 1 card from your hand for every... Oh, okay. So the more mind points you spend... to a maximum of 5 cards, because you can buy this 5, so you get 10 plus, yeah, 25 total MP would be 5 MP per card, which is a maximum of 5 cards, and for which you would need to have... Okay, so that I like that. That's actually an interesting mechanic, because it limits the fact that certain sets, like 4 of a kind, can only really happen at least level 2 of this, I guess? Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to... At level 1, you could only play a maximum of 3 cards. Level 2, you begin to be able to play 4 card sets. Level 3 is 5 card sets. Interesting. I like that. It's actually a nice little gating mechanism. So right off the bat, if you only have level 1 of this, you can't be pulling off like 5 card sets, because the most you can pull at a time is 3. Okay, I like that mechanic. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, that's a nice progression to the class. Exactly. Every time you lock it up, it's like, now I have a whole new set of hands I can make. Okay, when you resolve a set that includes jokers, again, if a set matches the requirements of 2 or more effects, you must choose and apply only one of those effects. Cool. And these are the recommended suits. Okay, so the effects. Note, effects Blinding Flush, Double Trouble, and Magic Flush deal 10 extra damage if you are level 10 or higher, 20 extra damage. Okay, cool, so those scale as well. A lot of powers scale like this, right? So, the more powerful ones. So I don't see any 5 card sets. But now I'm curious. Okay, 2 cards the same plus 2, that's Double Trouble, 2 cards the same value. Like, at least here I'm not seeing anything for a 5 card set, which is fine. Maybe there's something here, who knows. I mean, there wouldn't be. There's only 4 suits, right? You're never gonna get like 5 7s unless you have a Joker, right? Yeah, 5 cards is more so you can cycle an extra card and draw new. Right. Okay, cool, cool. Understood. All right, so jackpot is the big. Holy shit. Okay, so 4 cards of the same value, none of which is a joker. So that's like a true jackpot. You and every ally present on the scene recover 777 hit points, 777 mind points, like a full-on. Like that in the game, right? In the JRPG, that would trigger like a full casino slot machine animation, right? NPCs who have surrendered but are still part of the scene immediately regain consciousness and not cancel the effects of their surrender. Cool. So basically just refresh, super heal. Magic flush. 4 cards of consecutive values and of the same suit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. You deal damage equal to 25 plus the total value of the resolved cards to each enemy present on the scene. This type of damage matches the suit of the resolved cards. The same suit. So 1 through 4 of like hearts, for example, would be fire and would be 25 plus 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 35 would be that. Like the lowest thing you could get, a 1 through 4, would be like 35 points of damage. It's the least that a magic flush can do. And in theory, it could do 4, 5, 6, 7. So 10, 15, 22 plus 25. So 47 is the most that a magic flush can do. Not bad, not bad. There's also a heroic skill that allows you to do 5 cards, but you have to be level 10 in Ace of Cards to get it. Heroic, yeah. We'll check that out in a minute. So we barely touched the heroic skills in the main game yet, because those are, I guess, in a later, slightly later part of the book than the ones we've gotten so far. But yes, like I am aware of the existence of the heroic skills. I do want to kind of look at them once we get back to the book, which will probably be after the ad break in 15 minutes or so. We also have another class. We have a necromancer class that I want to look at before we go back to the book. I may have been a little bit too ambitious when I said I was going to finish Fabula Ultima today. Oh well. Let's see. Blinding Flush. You deal damage equal to 15 plus a total for consecutive values, but not the same suit. Does a little bit less damage, but if the type of damage is light, if the highest value is among those cards is even or dark, and the value is odd. That's cool. That's kind of cool. Full status. 3 cards the same. So here we go. Now these are cards. Oh wait. Here we go. This is a 5 card suit. Yeah, full status. So full status can only happen if you're playing 5 cards, and you get like 3 7s, and so basically, yeah, full house. It's like a 3 of a kind and a pair. Choose 2 status effects among dazed, shaked, slow, and weak. If the highest value among the resolved cards is even, you and every ally present scene recover from the chosen status. If it's odd, each enemy present on the scene suffers some. Interesting. I like that. Again, triple support, so 3 of a kind. You and every ally present on the scene regain an amount of hit points and mind points. Wow, equal to total value of the resolved cards multiplied by 3. So if you get 3 1s, then that's 9, which is still not bad, right? You get 9 HP and 9 MP back. It's nice. It's nice. But a 7, triple 7s would be 21. 21 times 3, 63. All of a sudden, right? Triple 7s would be dope as fuck, and you can pull that off from level 1. Double Trouble, 2 cards the same value, so 2 pairs, and that one you would need to be level 2 at least on the skill to be able to pull that off. You deal damage equal to 10 plus the highest value among resolved cards to each of up to 2 different enemies. Okay, cool. This is easy enough. And then a magic pair, which is probably the easiest one of all of these to pull off. Free attack. With a weapon you have equipped, as this attack deals damage, choose a suit among those resolved cards. All damage dealt by the attack becomes the type of the matching that suit. Okay, that's actually really handy. And it makes it, like, getting a pair is very easy for the most part, especially with only a 30-card deck, right? So that's going to be pretty common. It's going to give you a free attack, but it's not, like... It is a free attack, but it's not really, like, because your action was to draw cards and you got the magic pair. That was your action. So you're technically getting an extra attack, but the attack is effectively just a result of the magic pair getting pulled. And then the damage, there is a flexibility. So if you drew a pair of, let's say, so you don't get extra damage, but you do get to at least assign a damage type. So, for example, if you got a pair of 3s and it's a diamond and a club, then when you do the damage, you get to decide whether it's earth damage or air damage, which is fine. Let's see. Yeah, you're getting an extra action technically, but I see what's happening here, but it's also like it's not really an extra action. It's more of a like this is the result. There's a result of this draw. So far, no real complaints with any of this. I would love to play this and see how it plays, because again, this is the Balatro class. I'm down for it. New heroic skills. Let's check out the heroic skills for this one. Black and white. You must have mastered one or more classes among Ace of Cards, Darkblade, Entropist, and Spiritist. And you must have acquired the magic card skill. So technically, you could do this if you have just Ace of Cards with magic cards and mastered one of these other three. You don't have to master Ace of Cards for this one. But, you know, why wouldn't you? When you resolve the Double Trouble effect, you may have all of its damage become light or dark instead of being a type matching the suits of the resolved cards. Additionally, as long as there is a Joker in your discard pile, all damage dealt by your Blinding Flush, Double Trouble, and Magic Flush effect ignores immunities and resistances. Yo, that's really powerful right there. All right, and then Card Vanguard. You must have mastered the Ace of Cards class and must have acquired the Magic Card skill. During a conflict, if you have 2 or fewer Vanguard cards in play, you can use an action to choose one card from your hand and place it down as a Vanguard card. If you do, draw one card from your deck. When you suffer damage, if you have 1 or more Vanguard cards in play, you may reveal one of them and place it on top of your discard pile. If you do, and that card is a Joker or its suit matches the type of damage you suffered, you instead suffer no damage and regain an equal amount of mind points. At the end of each conflict, if you have 1 or more Vanguard cards in play, shuffle them back. Okay. So use an action. So this is like a prep thing. Let's actually switch over. Let's check that out. So I have, and let's make the deck real quick. This should be easy enough. Just any cards under 7 or under rather. Oh, nope. And no face cards, no 9s. Aces stay, kings, jacks, queens, 8, Joker, ace, 9, ace, 4. Oh no, 4 goes here. 3, jack, dap, boop, 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 boop. Okay, so this is a proper deck now. Put these aside. This is a proper deck now, right? So let's see here. Give that a quick shuffle. All right, and then we distribute 3, 4, 5. So I've got my deck. I haven't discarded anything. I've got these 5 cards in my hand. So at the beginning of combat, and assuming, let's see. So just let me check out the standards. So these are air. The diamonds are air. The reds are fire, and this is earth, right? And so in combat, I could say, oh, hey, some of the enemies that we have are fire-based, right? And fire is hearts. So I could go, cool, I'm going to go ahead and use my action to lay down a Vanguard card. And you place it down, face down, sounds like? Or face up. Face down as a Vanguard card. And then I would draw a new card to my hand. Ooh, I have a Joker. So let's say the party is doing well. And I haven't had to, so at this point, I would then maybe use another action, lay down a second Vanguard card. Cool. Draw another one. Cool. Here we go. So anyway, now I've got a pair I can play later. So now, later in the round, that monster with fire damage attacks me. And I say, cool, when I suffer damage, if I have 1 or more gamma cards, you may reveal one of them and place on top of your discard pile. So basically, if that monster that does fire damage attacks me, I could reveal this one, go like, ha, I take no damage, and I get 6 MP back, and I take no damage then. What happens if a Joker? The card is Joker, or it's again an equal... Oh, no, wait. You regain an equal amount of mind points. The card is a Joker. So I don't think it's actually the value of the card that matters, because the Joker has no value. It says you instead suffer no damage and regain an equal amount. So I think that mind points that you regain is actually the damage you would have taken. So that's kind of wild, because this would protect me from fire. Cool. And so whatever fire damage I would have taken, I then take as mind points. But the Joker means that it would protect me from any damage type. and give me that that damage amount in mind points back. That's really powerful. I mean, yes, it's an advanced, it's a heroic skill. You have to master the class. But yeah, that's a proper master power. I like that. I mean, it does take some setup. You have to spend actions to set them up. But from a tactical standpoint, if you know what you're doing, that's really good. That can be really powerful, especially deployed. Like I said, there's parts of this there's parts of this Ace of Cards class that it's random, understandably. You're pulling cards, you're taking chances, you're doubling down and whatnot. You're trying to see what cards, like for example, that hand that I had earlier, that's a different one. Let's put this one away. Here we go. So this one's a good one. So there I have a 3 of a kind. So that's a thing I could do, but nothing more with these. Anyway, point is, it is still semi-gambly, right? It is still, you're still risking stuff, but it's playable. This is solid. It may be an April Fool's class, but this is like eminently playable. I have no major complaints about this, and I like how that works. Let's go back here. There we go. There we go. Let's see overhead. There we go. Aha. Let's see. Yeah, the suit is the only thing that matters with this heroic skill. Exactly, not the number. Oh yeah, I end up building a party around the Wandering King you built. Oh yeah, hell yeah, Phoenix. All right, let's see. So a Spiritus Entropist, a Surviving Apprentice Court Mage, a Tinkerer Rogue, and a Fury Guardian Weapon, the Fury Guardian Weapon Master, which is like the guy that's been like, our Uncle Knight or whatever that's been like, keeping us safe all this time. I dig that. That's a solid party. That's a solid adventuring party. All right. What's the last one? Oh no, there's 2 more. There's just a couple more. All right, let's see here. Duel Master. Hey, sweetheart. Hi, kitty. Are we back? Do you want to? Will you let me pick you up? No. I'm trying here. I'm trying. Nah, she's just being adorable. All right. Requirements. So you must have mastered 1 or more classes among Ace cards: Fury, Rogue, Sharpshooter, and Weapon Master. And you must have acquired the Magic Card skill. You solve the Magic Pair effect, so that's a very common one. If you attack with a weapon belonging to the Arcane or Throne category, you deal extra damage equal to the common value of the resolved cards and regain an amount of mind points equal to twice the common value of the resolved cards. For instance, resolving a pair of 5s will allow you to deal 5 extra damage and regain 10 mind points. Okay, I was about to ask if it's like the common value of the resolved cards, like the total, or just the value of the pair. So a pair of 5s, it just counts as a 5. A pair of 7s counts as a 7, not as a 14, not as a 10, right? And that's what I'm seeing here. Okay, cool. So extra damage. So I mean, this is just built into it. It's not an extra thing. It's just like you have this ability anytime you do a magic pair and you meet these, the weapon you're using is either Arcane or Throne, then you get this. All right, cool, solid. Just a nice little like damage boost, basically, for one of your main standard go-to attacks. Not too bad. Yeah, extra damage is always good. Exactly. And then Forbidden Rite. This is a whole thing here. Let's see. Requirements. You must have mastered 1 or more classes of Ace of Cards, and Arcanist must have acquired 3 skill levels in the Magic Card skill. As long as so this is basically you've maxed out probably Ace of Cards and definitely Magic Card skill. As long as there are 1 or more cards in your discard pile, you have resistance to the damage type matching the suit of the card on top of your discard pile. If that card is a Joker, you have resistance to all 4 damage types. You can also add the following effect to your list of sets. Effect Forbidden Monarch. So the full thing, 4 cards of the same value plus a Joker. You deal 7/7/7 damage to each enemy present on scene. Type of this damage is flight. If it's even or dark, if the total is odd, if there's a Joker in your discard pile, the damage up. Hi, cat. Bye, cat. The damage dealt by this effect ignores immunities and resistances. That's wild. That's really cool, though. Like if you manage to discard that Joker, and somehow you have the other I mean, it's really hard to pull off, right? 4 of a kind plus a Joker. And if you have, like, if you're able to set this up, though, it is basically almighty damage, like from Metaphor of Fantasia. Like doesn't. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second. I'm gonna try something here. No. Oh, god damn it, cat. You're so close. You're so close. Can I draw you closer? Can I pull you? Can I tempt you? If I move, if I take that, there she is. There she is. Never mind. She was so. I thought I was going to get her face. Never mind. Never mind. She just knocked the camera over with her tail and is now glaring at me. I love you, cat. I do. Jesus, you knocked the camera over completely. Oh my god. Anyway, Forbidden Monarch would be hilarious against the final boss, right? Like that's where you pull that off. If you're able to pull off that shit, like you've earned it. You've earned it. If you're able to pull off full like 4 of a kind, plus you have a Joker in that 4 of a kind, so your 5 cards were 4 7s and a Joker, and somehow you also had the other Joker displayed like show at the top of your discard pile. Yeah, that would be the most hilarious way to just absolutely wreck the final boss of a game. I would allow it. I would be like, yeah, no, I don't care. I had multiple rounds planned. You know what? The enemy is not even going to assume that was its final form because it's dead now. Because you absolutely murdered it. I'm down for it. I'm down for it. There's some sample characters. So Collector will be Ace of Cards, Kimmerus, and Rogue with like these. Okay, this is actually really cool. That's really Tome described as a cool card game album. Trickster, Ace of Cards, Entropist, and Sharpshooter. Oh, that's actually a really good one. That would be dope. Stack deck, custom weapon, throne, range, accurate, improved magic defense, powerful sage rope. Yeah, this is dope. This is dope. I would play the Trickster more than the Collector, honestly. Although both are great. No need to wait for the perfect hand. What fun is life if you don't live in the now? Special class designed for Fabula Ultima, written by Emanuel Galeotto and published by Need Games. Emanuel, hell yeah, that was dope as hell. I really loved it. It is an odd class in terms of both narrative implications and abilities, so make sure to discuss its ability during the campaign with the entire group. Yeah, no, it is available. That is what I'm discussing. It is available all campaign long. I love it. I absolutely love this class. It's ridiculous. I'm down for it. All right, so the other class that we wanted to check out, so was the Halloween 23, right? Was it? Let me see. Was that one? Click on the thing. Yeah, no, new quirks. No, this is not it. This is not it. Is it 22? Is it the 2022? Wait, let me see. 22, I think it was. Yeah, 22. Okay, I see it. There we go. Master Necromantic Arcs and face a terrifying boss, Necromancer. Oh no. Oh, this is a problem. This is a problem for me. Yeah. No, this is my weakness. I'm goth girls. Anyway, look, we're gonna check out the goth girls when we come back from ads. It's that time. I'm getting a little yellow alert, so let's go ahead and take care of the ads, and then we'll come back and hang out with the goth girls. So folks, as always, bear with me, and we will in fact be right back. Welcome back to the stream, folks. Hope that little visit to capitalism land was not the worst, but we are back to the main topic of the stream, which I believe is me simping over goth girls. Is I believe what we're gonna be doing here. Welcome to that. So necromancers, also grave queen, reanimator, vampire, waste not. Want not. I love necromancers. I love necromancers in most games. I consider them a pet class. So I'm wondering if I can raise an army of skellies with this. I hope so. I hope so. The arts of soul manipulation have seen a wide variety of uses, but few will strike an instinctual fear in the hearts of people as necromancy can. Necromancers reap spiritual energy moments before death when it is at its brightest. This precious power can then be used to fuel their control over the balance of life and death, or even to inhabit a corpse so that it moves again. And yet, as if to mock their dark efforts, true resurrection of a lost one remains a mirage. Who taught you the ways of necromancy? Are they living or undead? Your powers act against the natural soul cycle. How do you feel about this? Are you cold and grim or decadent and sardonic? Who have you lost? Who would you resurrect given the power to do so? All right, so the free benefits, hit points or mind points by 5, your choice. Let's check out those skills. Hey, True Storm Joe, welcome in, friend. Been enjoying the streams. Were you impressed with Foundry VTT so far? So far, I really like it. I really enjoy. Like it's a learning curve. It is a powerful piece of software, and I need to go back and spend more time in it. I don't know if I want to spend more time with it on stream necessarily. Although, if people really just want to watch me fumble around as I learn the interface and the process of Foundry, sure, ask for it. I'll do it. I'm not gonna say no. Yeah, I had fun. I just don't know if it makes a good show. But impressions, really, yeah, impressed. It's super powerful, super flexible, kind of crazy how much you can do, but definitely a big learning curve, at least from a GM game runner standpoint. There's so much. I mean, it's not solely for Foundry, right? Setting up a game and Roll20 or anything else from the GM's perspective, it's a lot of work. There's lots of NPCs, setting up maps, all that stuff. It feels to me like, and this is as somebody who primarily plays in person, I'm fortunate enough that the bulk of my games are in person with my friends. And when I do play them online, I generally play games that are more theater of the mind, so I don't usually need to use a straight-up VTT. Like, a lot of games we'll use Roll20 just so we have like a centralized place where everybody's character sheets are and where you can kind of like just roll centrally. Foundry is, I mean, I guess you could use Foundry for the same thing, right? For the same reasons, and sure. But Foundry gives you like so much more, but also, like I said, huge learning curve, and it does feel like it's more work to set up a game to play online through Foundry than it would be to kind of like have a similar level of stuff in person. On the other hand, especially with the Foundry plugins for Fabula Ultima here, right? Like, you can basically replicate that Final Fantasy sort of like JRPG experience even more, because you can have stuff like the sprites like moving in different directions and showing as if they were like JRPG game sprites, and you can have like sort of visual novel effects come up with other plugins and stuff. It's incredibly impressive how flexible Forge is to effectively replicate a JRPG interface in an otherwise sort of like generic online tabletop, virtual tabletop rather. So yeah, no, big fan of Foundry VTT. And yeah, King Pine, yeah, you should, like, it's $50, right? They have like a sale, I think, once a year. Like, if you can hold out, like, it'll save you a couple bucks. But honestly, $50 and that's it. Like, there's no monthly subscription, there's no extras. Like, You pay for the software and then you own it. That's, that alone. Like I bought Foundry years ago, specifically just to support them because I didn't really need them. I had more money at the time. P.S. I would like money. Give me money, please, people. Anyway, I had more money at the time, so I was just in general support. Like when I found out that they just sell you the software and that's it. It's not a monthly subscription. It's not, extra. I mean, there are extra expansions and stuff, but you know what I mean, right? But 99.999% of everything is just free. Once you pay your entrance fee, once you buy the software, the rest you can kind of make on your own. Yes, I picked up my license for Foundry several years ago just to support them, even though I didn't need to, because I appreciated the fact that they just have the simple business system. The business model was not predatory. And now, several years later, when I probably will need to do it if I'm going to be running more online games, I didn't have to pay anything extra. I didn't have to go like, oh no, I bought a license 3 years ago and that was for like, the old version, but the new version costs more and the license doesn't apply, and I would have to, like some software. No, I just went in and it's like, oh yeah, here's your account, here's your license key that you paid for, and just apply the license key to the software and go. Yeah, big fan. Sincerely appreciate Foundry VTT so far. So again, True Storm Joe, thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks so much for saying hi. Yeah, that's my impression of Foundry so far. If you want to see me do more and just play around Foundry more, I'm down for it. Just say the word. It'll probably be like on those Friday streams when I'm usually being more creative rather than spending time deep diving into a game specifically. But I'm down for like learning more about, playing more with Foundry as well. I mean, the next game that I'm going to be looking at after Fabula is this one. Here, I'll do the overhead real quick. So Triangle Agency. I don't know if there's a Triangle Agency module for Foundry yet. There might be. There might be. If there is, I'll take a look at that one as well. Although Triangle Agency I fully intend to run in person for the gang, for the podcast folks. But also let's just check to see what's online for that. So now that I have it and now that we started, that's not a bad idea. Like any games that we look at, let me go back to the main overhead here. Any games that we look at that have a Foundry module, right? Might be worth like ending the game flow review and going like, all right, so let's see what the situation looks like for that game if you try and play it online with Foundry. That might not be a bad idea. All right, back on the topic. Let's look at these necromancer skills because I do love romancing some necks. Beyond the Realms of Death, you can pick this one up to 5 times. When another creature you see loses hit points while in crisis, okay, so basically they're 50% of the hit points or less. If they are not undead, you gain 1 grave point, GP. You may never have more than SL plus 1 grave points. Okay, so level 1, you can have 2 grave points, and then at maximum level 5, you can have 6 grave points. When you are reduced to 0 hit points, you lose all your grave points. Then, if you lost at least 1 grave point this way, and this is the first time you're reduced to 0 hit points during the scene, you do not surrender nor sacrifice yourself. Instead, you recover an amount of HP equal to your skill level multiplied by the amount of grave points you lost this way. So, in an ideal world, let's do some mental math here. In an ideal world, a necromancer with level 5 of this skill would have a grand total maximum of 6 grave points. And grave points apparently are only lost when you are reduced to 0 hit points. It doesn't say that they reset at the end of combat or at the end of the encounter here. So that means you can kind of start saving these up. So at level 5, with 6 grave points, and you have all of them because it's been a few combats. The necromancer skills are song names. Okay, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Yeah, I know. Rondo of Night. Okay, I'd have to see which. I'm bad. I actually probably know these songs. Pulse of the. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I probably actually know some of these. I am very, very bad at knowing band names and song names. If I hear a song, I'm like, oh yeah, and hell, I can sing along to it if I've heard it once. In fact, my friends used to make fun of me because I would sing along to songs that it was literally the first time I've ever heard that song. And they were like, how are you singing along? This is the first time you've heard that song. How do you know the words? And I'd be like, I know the words. Because ADHD is a hell of a drug. But point is, I wouldn't be surprised. Given some of my musical taste, I would not be surprised if I actually know some of these. I mean, For Whom the Bell Tolls is kind of the most obvious one. But, you know, my brain is not braining, not making the connection. Oh, man. But on the other hand, though, that's worth looking at. Did they, by any chance? Yeah, there they are. There they are. Songs that inspired the skill names for this class. Yeah, Judas Priest, Slipknot, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden. Yes, I know all of these. Baby metal. No wonder I recognize Rondo of Nightmare. Fucking baby metal. Hell yeah. All of this is great. This is a hell of a... yes. This entire playlist. This entire playlist. All of this is good. Oh yeah. No. Oh my god. So it's not just goth girls. I'm sorry. It's metal. I'm in love. I'm in love. All right, this is amazing. All right, let's get back to it. So how much did I say? Okay, so 6 grade points, level 5. So 5 times 6, 30. So ideal at level 5 of Beyond the Realms of Death, and with all the grade points you would come back with 30 HP, which is not bad. It's a free revive. But then you got to like start building it back up. But even at level 1, so at level 1, you would have maximum 2 grade points. Still enough, right? You die, your grade points go down to 0, and you come back with 2 hit points. Right? Because 2 times level 1, 2. So you would come back with just 2 hit points, but you're back. You know, and hopefully have enough. Mind points to really hopefully you have enough inventory points to down a combat. You have to build it back up. It does not work again in the same... it's the first time, and then you build it back up. Yes, but from what I'm reading here, you don't lose it between combats. You only lose it when you are reduced to 0 hit points. So if you have, for example, at level 5, right, and you had 3 grade points going to that combat, and then 2 enemies, or even 3 enemies, right, because you can go up to 6 grade points maximum at level 5. So during this next combat, 3 different enemies lose hit points while in crisis. You would gain, those 3 grade points back, and you would then be up to 6, right? So you can at least build them up in between. You don't have to it's not a weight thing, right? It's like you're usually not planning to go down. This is more of the longer you build it up, the better it's gonna be when it does happen. Still nice. Anything that gives you a second chance, I'm usually a big fan of. All right, let's keep going. Children of the Grave. You can always communicate verbally with undead creatures. Once per scene, you may ask an undead a single question they are compelled to answer truthfully. Okay, that one's mostly a flavor thing, but can be very useful. I can see that being a lot of fun to play with, especially if like one of the big bads is an undead, and you manage to use your question just right. That could lead to some plot. I like that. Fears the Key can be leveled up to 3 times after you cause 1 or more enemies to lose hit points. If you have acquired the Beyond the Realms of Death skill, and at least one of them is suffering from shaken and or weak, you gain 1 grade point and recover SL times 2 hit points and mind points. Okay, wait. Let's just reread that. So after you cause 1 or more, so anytime you cause damage in some way, and you have this skill, and at least one of the enemies that you have just caused to lose hit points has shaken or weak, you gain a grade point, which, nice. This is cool. I like additional mechanisms on how to build up those grade points. Is there a... Yes, okay, I see it ahead. I see it down here. As I was going to say, is there more uses for grade points besides just this? And yes, there are. So, and then you recover... This is cool. Basically, terrorize your enemies, get rewarded. Fuck yeah. For whom the bell tolls, leveled up to 3 times. When you deal damage to a creature with a spell, if that spell only deals damage to that creature, you may spend 1 grade point. If you do, choose one option. If that creature is suffering from 1 or more status effects, the spell deals extra damage equal to skill level times 2, plus the number of status effects on the creature. Or if that creature is suffering from no status effect, they suffer shaken. Alright, so let's say we use this on an enemy that is already shaken, and we hit, we do damage, we spend an extra grade point to activate For Whom the Bell Tolls. And then at that point, then the spell would do, if we have it at level 3, would be 3 times 2, 6, plus, if they only have Shaken, 7. It's not bad. 7 extra hit points of damage is 7 extra hit points of damage. I'm not going to say no to that. I don't know if the cost of 1 grade point is too high or just right for a max of 7 points of damage. I mean, when you first start at level 1, it would just be 2, so it would be like an extra 3 points of damage for that 1 grave point. Or 1 grave point to apply Shaken. It's not the worst. Not the worst. But also, it would like combo with Fear is the Key, right? Because you would have, you deal damage with a spell. Well, no, it wouldn't combo. It wouldn't necessarily combo. But this would let you, so basically when you deal damage to a creature, well, this one's with a spell. This one's from any source. This was with a spell. Keep that in mind. It's not bad. If they aren't shaken, you can make them shaken and then get, yeah, exactly. Get the grade point back next turn with Fear is the Key. Exactly. So no, it works. It's not bad. Definitely more powerful at higher levels, but that's kind of a given, right? Okay, and then let's look at the baby battle power. Rondo of Nightmare. When you cast an offensive spell with a target of 1 creature, you may spend 2 grade points to have it target all creatures you can see that are present on the scene. Perform a single magic check confronted with magic defense of each target. If you do, all damage dealt by the spell becomes dark and its type cannot change. Oh, okay, that's actually really powerful. 2 grade points, yes, but all creatures that you can see that are present on the scene. That's good. That's good. That's definitely worth 2 grade points and then some. The only quote unquote downside in this is that the spell becomes dark. So if it cannot be changed. So if you're fighting enemies that have resistance or absorption against dark, then it's far less powerful. But given with pretty much any damage type, if you run into that situation, you run into that situation. Imagine dealing HR plus 25 damage to all enemies with an elementalist spell. Right? Yes. Like you cast one of your relatively cheap elementalist spells, and then just toss in a couple extra grade points and fuck everybody's day right up. That's wild. All right, let's check out the heroic skills. Oh, hello. Wait, we'll get to you in a second. There's a whole enemy. Oh, yeah, this is like a terrifying boss. We'll take a look at the boss after the class, but mostly we're just here again to simp over the goth girl. So let the simping continue with heroic skills. Birth of the Cruel. You must have mastered Necromancer. So when a non-villain... Okay, so this is... Okay. So here's the thing. I was about to say, by default... So I guess up to and including mastering Necromancer class, getting to level 10 on Necromancer, you're still not raising up skeletons and stuff. It's more of a dealing more damage, managing this resource, debuff kind of management, and synergy with other classes. Which means it makes sense because racing that is exactly like an extra person on your side is a big thing in this game, right? So yeah, it does make sense. The only reason I'm kind of like about it is because I want to have skellies. I want to have an army of skeletons as soon as possible. So making me wait till I master the class to start doing that. I guess it makes sense in the game, in the game system. I get it. This is just me being like, but I want my skellies. All right. So with a non-villain NPCs, you can't raise villains that you can see that belongs to beast, humanoid, monster, or plant species, plant zombies. You may spend 2 grade points and reduce your maximum hit points and mind points by an amount equal to the NPC's level. If you do, their corpse becomes a minion who obeys your telepathic commands. Species becomes undead, receives all the undead rules. New affinities to dark, light, and poison damage, overriding persisting affinity. Rank becomes soldier. If the original creature was a leader or champion, the GM must reduce the minion's okay. Newly created minion is a completely new creature, has full HP, full MP, and no status effects. Retains the original creature's equipment. Takes his own turn during conflicts. Game Master must count it as an additional PC when designing a conflict. When you rest, your minion also gains the full benefits of resting. If your minion loses 0 hit points, if you are more than 1 travel day away from it, or if you die of all conscious, your minion is immediately destroyed. You may also destroy your minion at any time. If you want to create a new minion, you must first destroy the current one. If your minion is destroyed, your MP... Okay, I was going to say, do we get those back? I'm always very nervous about any kind of mechanic that reduces my maximums. All right? So... I mean, this is cool. It definitely means I'm not raising an army of skeletons or zombies, because the level of the creature, right? Like, here, let's look at these bosses right now. Like, well, I can't. She's a champion, right? She's a villain. But like a level 31 might be a little bit too much. But like even like a powerful like level 15 thing, that's still reducing both my max HP and my max MP by 15. Like the more powerful your minion is, the less powerful you become, which kind of makes sense because you're kind of like pouring your power into this other vessel. And also now you have a meat shield, right? A rotting meat shield, but a meat shield. That is a bit long. I can see ways to get minion style summons. The difference between this and Faithful Companion is this is an additional player, while with Faithful Companion you must use an action to use it. Right, Faithful Companion being like sort of the pet from the Ranger-esque class, right? This is like a full... That's why this is like so costly. Which is... you know, that it's so powerful. It's a full extra character, right? In this game, it's one of those things to keep in mind with the sort of the balance of this game, that you have to think of it like you think of a JRPG, right? In a JRPG standard, like the number of people in your party can sometimes just like, so long as you have a full party, you know, because you only get the one action. So more people means more actions. More actions mean more things you can do. The side of combat that has more people in it is generally going to be an advantage over the side of combat that has less. So creating effectively a whole extra PC for combat purposes is very, very powerful in this game. Yeah, no. So this is, we would have to play with this and see how it feels, but like I still, the fact that it's also effectively permanent, it is just a permanent undead, is part of why it's like this. I wonder how much of a game-breaking thing it would be to create like temporary minions. Like somebody is falling. I mean, you can still have this whole thing, you know, do. When non-villain NPC you can see belongs to the beast, human, monster, plants. You spend 2 great points to reduce your maximum. I mean, you can do this in the middle of combat. There's nothing. It's not like a ritual. It's like, and then spend, like, you can just go like arise, right, to like a minion, an enemy's minion that you just did. Lower your maximums, but then that you now have a soldier that just rises up immediately and is just in combat and starts fucking shit up. So thing is, it just stays unless you consciously destroy it, right? So I was gonna say, like, if it's temporary, but they're all technically temporary, there's no way to adapt this skill specifically to like bring it back into something that would be useful before you kind of max out Necromancer. It feels weird, right? It feels weird just because of the classic sort of like class fantasy of a necromancer, where you've got like a bunch of skellies, like what was it, Exalted, right? Exalted, when I made that little necromancer, like when they like do a raise of a group, they basically raise up battle groups, so you get like a small sort of clump of skeletons or zombies or whatever that you then control. Here it's more like you're creating like a if anybody here has played like Veilguard, you're basically creating oh damn, I'm the name of Vincent Price's little pet skeleton in that game, I'm totally blanking on it, but like you're basically making like a pet undead, just the one, really. But again, in this game, just because of the way the game is designed and the rules, an additional player character is a big deal. And in fact, the fact that the game master must count it as an additional when designing a conflict, that is sort of like the game saying, like, just because you made an extra player character doesn't mean now everything is automatically easier. I mean, kind of should, but it basically means like, hey, game master, in order to maintain a level of game balance, the party is now a +1. Like, calculate everything with, if there were 4 players before, now there's 5, and do your math and encounter creation accordingly, because having an extra additional player character makes a big difference in a combat situation. Let's see, the way I could see the fantasy still working is in the swarm style of building an NPC, which is a completely flavored thing. Just describe them as a swarm. Yeah, I guess so. Like that at that point, that's just like, yeah, the mechanically it's one minion, but you can have it like narratively be a small squad of like, skellies or zombies or whatever. That's like a semi house ruly, but it feels right. If somebody wants to have, like, if I wanted to play a necromancer and have that little fantasy of just like a small crew of skeletons that is with me, then this might be like a, you can work with that. Basically, just treat the skeletons, as you said, as a swarm, but otherwise, remain the same. All right, let's check the other heroic skill, Harvester of Sorrow. You must have mastered one or more classes among Entropist and Necromancer. You must have learned both the Drain Spirit and Drain Vigor spells. When you cast either of those spells, the amount of mind points or hit points you recover is equal to the MP or HP loss suffered by the... instead of being halved. Additionally, your Drain Spirit... okay, so it's just an empowering of both of those spells, and that's dope. That's really cool, actually. That's very powerful. It does not affect anything mechanically, which is nice. Yeah, it's all flavor. Exactly. Like if it works as a flavor thing without breaking anything mechanically, then I see absolutely no reason not to, unless you've just got a GM that just doesn't want to deal with that. But from a flavor-wise side, and so long as you've got a player that's also not going to be a dick about it, right? Because I could see like a player going like, oh, well, because it's a group of skeletons, then they can do this, X, Y, or Z, that, yes, technically a group of individuals who would be able to achieve certain things in story that a single minion might not be able to do. Like, for example, stand on top of one another's shoulders to get up, a wall that's like 20, 30 feet tall, for example. While a single one could never do that, right? But at the same time, like, just as a player, don't be a dick about it. Like, if a single character could not do it, then your swarm is probably not going to be able to. To take that example, for example, I would say, I'll tell you how I would house rule this in a minute, but by default, I would say, like, no, sorry, your zombies or skeletons, like, skeletons just cannot stand on each other's shoulders, bones are too slippery, and zombies are too uncoordinated to properly do that, right? They're just like, they're not going to have the hand-eye motor coordination. That said, I would let you either... Definitely with a Fabula point, right? You spend a Fabula point, fuck it, here we go. Tell me what happens, right? But I might say something along the lines of, like, if you have grave points, I will let you spend, 1-2 grave points to let your little minion swarm pull off something. If there's a cost to it, then I might let you get away with it. But again, just don't be a dick about it. You know, we're not here to break the system. We're here to flavor it up a little bit. But yes, I like that. And Harvest of Sorrow, that's brutal. And then Pulse of the Maggots, which is a Master of the Necromancer class. As long as you have at least one grade point, you gain immunity to dark and poison damage, resistance to physical damage, vulnerability to light damage. These affinities overwrite any other affinity for those damage types. Cannot be altered in any way as long as you have at least one grave point. Interesting. So basically, you gain the sort of the undead thing. It's kind of like a semi-lichening, so long as you have a grave point. Resistance to physical is very huge. Yes, as soon as I saw that, that's like, holy shit. Vulnerability, light damage, whatever. Not a lot of enemies do light damage, and if you're as a necromancer and you're going up against like an angel or some sort of light caster, you fucked up. You fucked up. You know, you should know better. You're a master of the necromancy class. You should know better. I'm not going to complain about that. But this, they overwrite any other and cannot be altered in any way, as long as that is both good and bad, right? Because like if an ally wanted to give you immunity or resistance, no, overwrite any other affinity for those damage types. So actually, this wouldn't affect like fire resistance or ice resistance or lightning resistance. That's separately. You just cannot take away my immunity to dark and poison. You cannot take away my resistance to physical damage. But in theory, if something was to grant me immunity to physical damage, no, that wouldn't have. So long as I have one grave point, this wouldn't be able to change. That's a very niche situation. Not a lot of things grant resistance, much less immunity to physical damage, of course. So not necessarily something we're going to have to worry about. If anything, for the most part, it's a good thing because, again, nothing can take away, at least rule is written, nothing can take away that immunity to dark and poison, and nothing can take away that resistance, but also nothing can take away that vulnerability to light. But again, if you're fighting light-based enemies as a necromancer, you done goofed. You done goofed. Let's see, at that point you just have to offload your grade points as fast. Exactly. It's like, oh shit, nope, no, don't carry any of the necro energy that makes me vulnerable to light. So yeah, keep that in mind. Sample character builds, Death Mage and Reaper. Yeah, these are pretty solid. And again, Emmanuel Galleto, hell yeah, I love your work, Emmanuel. I know you're watching. But I do dig this. And then real quick, the enemies, Lady Carmilla, she alternates in Blood, Blade, and Guard, only human form, Drain, Vigor, and Glaciers when in bat form. Blood Curdling Camilla, she wears Shadow Barrage. Okay, so these are just like her forms. Lady Carmilla, Champion 3, and then her second form, Blood Curdling Camilla, and just the most adorable art of a Carmilla that I've ever seen. But also, that's a lot of blood swords. That's just a lot of blood swords. Blood Blade, there they are. Target suffers weak, drain vigor. How many hit points does Carmilla have? Whoa, she's got a lot of hit points. Yeah. Blood chill wave. She says, okay, that's cool. She's terrifying. Undead and then demon. Vicious rend. Blood chill wave. Is extremely arrogant. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm down. I like this necromancer overall. Like I said, the only quote unquote complaint I have is that to get that little class fantasy of having a crew of skeletons just hanging around with me, you do kind of have to homebrew just a smidge, but it's not a lot of work. It's not anything game breaking to do that. Yeah, this is a solid class. Again, both this and the Ace of Cards. Yeah, I'm down. Allowed, approved at my table. Dope as hell. All right. Let's actually get back to the main game because I do intend to finish Fabula Ultima today. So let's see. Here we go. We're back here. So let's see. What's happening here? Why am I not able to? Give me a second. Bear with me. It is Windows. Why are you not working? Aha, there we go. Sorry, my keyboard was acting up and I couldn't tab out to my book here. All right, so I think I just kind of like scroll down. Let me see, where did we leave off last time? Sorry. All right, so this is just all the monsters, right? We were looking at some of the monsters before, right? When we were looking at Foundry, and we were curious. We were trying to pick a monster that we could sort of build in Foundry. Sample boss designs is good stuff. NPC spells. So basically, these are the spells here that a chimerist would be able to get. They're talking about NPC skills and species. Yeah, so that means beast constructs, demons, elementals, humanoid, monster, plant, and undead. Yeah, here we go. So this is basically the same thing as our necromancer. So the skills. So really, it's about, yeah. As a chimerist, this is your sheet of stuff you would be able to learn from monsters. Like wounds, life theft, mind theft, poison, quicken, rage, shell, warcry. We can. All right. This feels very much like the classic Blue Mage from Final Fantasy VII. Like these are the types of powers she would get. But also, again, these are guidelines, right? These are guidelines. This is just basically, these are the kinds of things you can get. These are guidelines because you might have enemies down here who basically, you know, they build their power around these guidelines. So rather than gaining life theft, for example, or mind theft, you are learning from the Cactrol. You are learning their spell Moisture Drain, which is technically it's not life theft. That's just an attack. That's just a poison-based attack, which would be from here, right? Something like a breath, or rather something like it's basically a breath, but made a little bit more powerful. So it's HR plus 15. All right. I get that. The Cactrol recovers. Oh, no, it is life theft. Never mind, because they recover an amount of hit points equal to half the hit points. So, right, it is life theft. Never mind. Yeah, no, that is literally life theft. HR plus 15 and recover an amount of hit points. But again, rather than call it life theft, since you learned it from the Cactrol, it's called Moisture Drain. And story-wise, narrative-wise, you would narrate it that way. Okay. That's actually a lot. Yeah, that's stuff and anything the GM comes up with. Right. Let me catch up. The thing about monsters in this game is it does not have an extensive bestiary because the game heavily encourages you to make your own monsters and makes it relatively. Yeah. No, I agree. Like I said, it's a pretty basic bestiary. So these are like examples. These are like some good examples to have, and then you build around that. It doesn't need like a full monster manual. Although that said, you know, I like collections of beasties. I appreciate, and in fact, for the most part, if the game has the space for it to give me like, here are your guidelines and here's a system for you to kind of roll your own enemies. Here's how to make enemies in this game. Here's the powers. Here's the guidelines. Here's the power levels. Fuck yeah. But also, I really, really enjoy just a good list of weird critters, you know? You hear that an extensive bestiary is in the work. Fuck yeah. I if they make it, if you print it, I will buy it. Like, it is, because I do. As much as I appreciate roll your own and making things, when it comes to making monsters in the, just on a whim in the middle, like if give me time to design them, if we're talking like pre-game design, then fine, we look up ideas. But like if Phoenix is still in chat, you know what I'm talking about. If I have to kind of create an enemy kind of on a whim, it's gonna be like a giant pug or something. It's just gonna be a silly little guy. um, and I'm not that good at coming up with something like super creative on a whim. It's just gonna be like a giant pug. Or some other weird, silly thing like that, rather than a well-designed enemy on a whim. Like, I want to have a list of enemies. That said, yes, making monsters can be fun, especially if you make them at the table and with the world creation, giving them back and forth. Like, if you came up with a world where, bug-based monsters are really a thing, because there was this, historically in our world, there was this like invasion of like the ant queen or whatever, and so like there is this history of like a war against the insects or something. Then you're gonna come up with a whole bunch, like you're probably gonna adapt a bunch of these guys into being kind of like weirdly insect based and stuff. The point is, you can build off of this. But I do like having a base. As a kid, when I was growing up, at my first books, the old D&D books, like, more than going over the PHB, more than going over the Dungeon Master's Guide. Although the Dungeon Master's Guide did tend to get my attention because I loved going through the lists of magic items. But more than anything else, the book that I spent the most time just going through it back and forth, and just spending time with it, the monster manuals, because I loved seeing all these different creatures. And so, yeah, as much as I'm not saying what Fabula is giving us is not enough. On the contrary, it's the right amount. It is the right amount, I think, because it's still like, here's a whole bunch of little creatures. There's a whole bunch of critters here. Like, that's not bad, and that's, I guess, what we're finishing the book with. Wait, did we make it? Did we finish? No, I did skip a whole bunch of stuff. But we'll come back, right? But, like, this is a decent amount of critters and peoples and NPCs and stuff that you can then build on, right? So, like, here's these hivekin. These are probably going to be the main thing, but then I would have, like, in that insect, war world, right? We would have a whole bunch of, like, different... Like, I would probably adapt the sniper, mercenary, and battle mage into being, like, based off of the hivekin, and seeing what we can do about that, modifying their powers to be more insectoid in nature and whatnot, right? We can modify them. So this is, like, the right amount of stuff. Does not stop me from wanting a full, like, monster manual, a full, like, 500-page bestiary of, like, creatures, not just with their stats, but, like, history to them, layers and whatnot. Give me that as well. Granado is just a bomb for Final Fantasy. Wait, where is he? Where is he? Did we skip it? Oh, there he is. There he is, Granado. Yeah. This is one of those Final Fantasy bombs, right? Like, some of these are very clearly, it's a JRPG. They're taking inspiration from that. And to be fair, in JRPGs, right, monsters for the most part are not terribly well fleshed out, right? You're just fighting acorn pixies because you're in the woods. Like, you don't really get to, like, talk to the acorn pixies and figure out why they're in the woods and all that stuff. It's just like, no, these are just the monsters that are in this area of the map, right? So from a JRPG emulation kind of standpoint, monsters are just monsters, right? That said, I do love giving my monsters a little bit more meat. Can't confirm bug, but the bug worked. Yes. Pug, you mean, but yes. And yes, monsters are usually just something to fight in JRPG. Exactly. You're not really having, like, conversations. You're not figuring out the ecological niche of the acorn pixies, So I get it. From a JRPG feel standpoint, this is correct. This is fine. This is good. This is just me, being a needy little bitch and wanting more. All right, so now that we've seen all this, is all solid, this is all good. I like the guidance that it gives you, like, how to read, like, it tells you how to read everything they've got. They've given you lots of details here, what all this stuff means. Cool. I love the references. Well done. I love the guidance on how to design bosses and villains. Like, all this stuff is great. Let's go back. The guidance on boss battles, how to make them challenging, the fact that it's multiple phases and it's not even my final form, that's all great. Environmental effects, dope. This is all GM stuff, so I'm kind of skipping over it a little bit. But this is a good amount of guidance for somebody. You're creating your first creature, creating your combats, you're creating your first villains and bosses and stuff. Just from glancing over the pages, I can see this becoming very instinctive. Like, there's a decent amount of detail here, but again, we're looking at like 10 pages total at most of guidance on how to design battles and how to just kind of like create creatures and stuff. I've seen games that have like multiple chapters dedicated to this sort of stuff, and it's not nearly as good, right? Like in these 10 pages, you get a really good amount of info, and in a system that does not seem overly complicated. I don't need to break out the graph paper on this one terribly much. Like, let's just designing NPCs. Think about the NPC's role in the world. Pick 4 traits. Just your basic stuff. Character creation. Choose a level. Choose a species. Again, you just got like your standard arrays of stuff. Choose one of those. Like, most of it is just choose like from a list. Like pick, go. Basic attacks, and again, just kind of how to describe that. And again, we've got all the pre-built ones in the bestiary, so you can just grab one of those as needed and build off of it. I guess picking up skills, every 10 level, like this can be a little bit more in depth if you're gonna make something super custom. But a lot of this is like the calculate. This is all just based on the stuff that's there. There's no real decisions here. Again, no real decisions here. Just stuff that flows from your earlier decisions. Like, this is super simple. This is not hard. It's not super complicated. Not to sidetrack you again, it's just, this is who I am as a person. This is what my streams are. It's just a stream of sidetracks. But there's an amazing tool called Fultimator that really helps make things well. Okay, wait. Let's look at that. No, it's a sidebar, but it's related. It's on topic. Okay, if you saw how many times I've gotten sidetracked on these streams on stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with the topic at hand. No, these are let's see, Fultimator. Search for that. There we go. Okay. Let's swap over to that, because this is actually still on topic. We're doing it. Look at that stuff. Oh yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. Look. Okay. So the correct use of technology. So we've got a character designer still in alpha, but it's their adversary designer, adversary compendium, combat simulator, rituals, projects, and dice rollers. It's got a desktop app. It also wants me to dive into a Discord. I will not join your Discord. Stop asking me to join your goddamn Discord. I say like I don't have a Discord of my own. In addition to the Discord for the podcast, which, by the way, since people are in chat, let's just go ahead and shout out the podcast that I'm a part of, Fandable, the longest running podcast, actual play podcast that nobody's ever fucking heard of. We've been around for 15 years, and we really haven't gotten any better. Fandable.com. Anyway, besides the Fandable Discord, I actually have my own personal Discord for the games that I run online and in person and stuff. So, yeah, it is. I do as I say, not as I do. Anyway, stop inviting me to your Discords for support. Just give me a FAQ. Give me an FAQ on your website. Anyway, yeah, exactly. They give you the alternative with the email. So I appreciate that. No shade to these people. On the contrary, holy shit, this is amazing. This is so nice. Okay, so let's just go through these. So character designers in alpha. Oh, yeah, sure. You're using like Google stuff. Okay, cool. Let me just log in there real quick. Firebase. That's what. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I would have to apply, but I guess if I have the download this, anyways, I'm not gonna mess with that. But I am logged in, I guess, at this point. So let's see, adversary designer. All right, so we're going to create Evil Bob, and he's going to be no tags. Okay, rank, and then he's going to be a soldier, he's going to be a demon, and he's going to be level, sort by level, I guess, name, whatever. Expand, create NPC. Oh, is this a search? What am I doing here? Did I break it already? Expand, collapse, create NPC. Did I break it? Oh no, might have broken it. I'm not sure if I'm doing this right. That's the only thing you had to be collapsed to. Okay, cool. I don't... Did I break it? Add NPC from JSON. I might have to join. I might have to join their Discord. This is the search mask. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like this is, so how do I... Okay, let's go back. Adversary to sign. Oh, there we go. It just... I guess I had to refresh it. Okay, so let's delete this guy. Okay, okay. Now we're going to edit this guy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Created by... Okay, okay. I see what's going on. Oh, so you can submit if you want to publish them out. Here's all the basic information to fill. Okay, this is really nice. All your affinities, your defenses, your bonuses. You can add your basic attacks. Dex, so might plus dex, type physical, there's the types. Oh, and this is that exchange generator. Okay, so you get something and it gives you probabilities and stuff. This is actually really nice. Okay, and if I go back to that adversary compendium. Okay, so this is a whole bunch of adversaries that people have made, right? So if I'm looking for a level 20 adversary for my folks and I want them to be, I'm looking at for level 20 humanoid adversary. Here's a few. Here's some champions. Vega de Leon, the Silver Griffin. That's not how you spell Griffin. Sakura Clan Ninja, Marcos the Chosen Warrior. And you can keep going. Okay, so that's actually very cool. You know what? I mean, it's still good that Fabula is publishing a thing, right? But this is super handy. Holy shit, this is a great little resource. There's a great little resource. Yeah, that's just a search. You'll eatable ball from the thing. It should show. Yeah, no, I got it finally. It took me a minute. There's a module in Foundry that lets you import the creatures made in Ultimator. Nerds, I love you. I'm so happy. I'm so happy about that stuff. I love seeing that shit. Give me a second. Hi, sweetheart. Are we getting a cat? No. Oh, run away. Okay, never mind. Tried to get a cat for us. It was not able to make it happen. Okay, this is dope. This is dope as hell. And I like, okay, and you can import it in Foundry even better. That's so cool. What's the combat simulator looking like? Okay, so I guess, okay, here I would probably have to pick, yeah, it's the one I half created. Okay, so you would create your adversaries, you would add them, you would do them, then you would do the combat simulator and play with that. Okay, so again, this is more stuff that I would not want to play with at some point. Rituals, projects, and items. Oh, this is cool. Little tracker for all this stuff. Little tracker for all this stuff. And how to create them. Okay, is there a... I don't think so. Download, export. Yeah, so the one thing that I don't see here is a just like there's an adversary compendium. Might be kind of cool to see like an item compendium for stuff, but I don't know how well that would actually fit into this. Let's see, consumer is really nice to stack something because before you throw something too hard at your party. Yeah. Especially as you're learning, right? When you're first starting out and you're like designing your first boss, and yeah, like import your characters, import the boss, and then play with the combat simulator and see like this is gonna be too easy, too hard, etc., etc. So that's very cool. It's very cool. And then a classic dice roller, yeah. So D20s. And a D10 for no reason, just want to see what happens. Okay, cool. Oh, you can re-roll specific ones, re-roll both. Prepare. Oh, so these are just ready to go. Okay, yeah, this is a nice little dice roller actually. This is like a, not even for like, I mean, yes, it is just 2 dice at a time, right? Because you can't do like 3. Oh no, you can. For whatever, if you really want to. And you can have multiples. Okay, so you can actually like... This is a shareable little dice roller that really works for a lot of games. It's not just Fabula Ultima. Like, you could use this for other games. I mean, it's definitely meant for Fabula Ultima, right? Because you've got your... you got like, you know, your dupe and then roll and then, you know, does the math and the high roll and all that. It's like, it's still very much a Fabula Ultima theme thing, but... In a pinch, it'll do. I was finding items are very specialized to your party and their classes. But yeah, exactly. Like items. That's why I was saying, like, I'm not sure items would work as well as the adversary compendium. I think the only reason I want to see that is just I like seeing examples. I like being able to get inspiration from what other people have done. See, like, oh, that's how you did like a wand of icy doom or whatever. And it's like, okay, cool, but let me modify that for my game or whatever. I like getting ideas, but not a complaint. Like, this is dope as hell. This is dope as hell. Thank you for the heads up on this. Let me actually, if I can give that a little star there, save that, bookmark that. Because I will be using that in the future, probably playing with that Fultimator desktop app. But anyway, we're going to go back to the book, but we will in fact do that after these messages, because it is, and I'm once again getting yelled at. I've got the little yellow alert on my screen saying that the ads are about to come up, and so ads are great because they pay the bills and they give me a chance to stand up and stretch, and I encourage you to do the same. Don't sit down, don't watch the ads. Take these 3 minutes, stretch, walk around, pet your cat, pet your dog, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars. Do something other than kowtow to capitalism. Just let the ads play, and we will, in fact, in about 3 minutes, be right back. And we're back. Welcome back from capitalism land and the land of the ads. It's me again. We're looking at tater pugs. Let's go back. There we go. All right, let's actually switch back out to the PDF. For those of you wondering, no, I don't own the physical books for this one. Sadly, I want to. I want to buy them in physical form so badly. Unfortunately, I want to buy them from a friendly local gaming store. They haven't gotten them in stock yet. Also expensive, and I haven't been able to. But they are, especially after spending the past week and a half just going over Fabula Ultima, I want these in physical. I want these on my bookshelf so bad. Oh, hey, here we go. Items. I like this. Here we go. Artifacts. Okay, so artifacts. Let's look at a random artifact. The Black Blood. Large vial filled with an oily and sticky black substance. Said this liquid was gathered from a tainted spring in the depths of the earth. Those who drink it gain a peculiar ability. When killed, their spirit will not return to the stream of souls that permeates the world. Instead, they will retain their conscience and remain bound to the land of the living. Why anyone would choose such a fate remains a mystery, however. Sounds like a way to become a necromancer. And we got some magic items: Ring of the Owl, Ring of Tails. Oh, that's a really nice one, actually. Expensive. Yeah, like a little selection of accessories, items, how to build them. Okay, this is all good guidance and a good little selection. This is like stuff that, yeah, it belongs here later on in the book. Like when you're starting out, when your character first starts out, you don't start with an archmage robe. You don't start with bioplate, you know. Yeah, you don't start with the demon shield. Yeah, this is all the stuff that JRPG. Again, as you get to the next sections, you get to the next part of the world, you start getting access to the various aegis and armors and weapons and whatnot. Here we go, like chakrams, Crone Needle, Deathblade. Deals 5 extra damage during crisis. Yeah, that's and it's dark damage. Yeah, this one's for the again, for the goth girlies. For the, what was it, the Deathblade or the Darkblade? There we go. Oh, I'm not looking at the book. You're right. Thank you for the reminder. I thought I had switched back out. There we go. Sorry about that. Here we go. Yep. Sorry, we started here. We came back and I looked at some of these items. We looked at the Black Blood. We were looking at these rings and items. Again, all good stuff. If anybody wants me to dive into these, I will. I'm kind of skipping them over because I'm not about to just spend an hour going over a list of items. But I do like that they're there, and they are where they belong in the sort of more GM section, back of the book stuff, because this is the stuff that you would discover, as you're adventuring, as you're going from town to town, as you're doing your quests. Yeah, no, this is like all this is good stuff. Like some of the stuff is just like ideas, honestly. Like the wind dancer thing. Like this is cool and all, but like, what kind of town? Like, you're not going to buy a wind dancer in your standard sort of fantasy town. But if you're visiting, the village of the Cloud Elves, yeah, the Cloud Elves definitely sell wind dancers, stuff like that. Just looking at the items can sometimes give you ideas for like quests or stuff. Also, again, that classic JRPG stuff, like naming weapons, Mjolnir, Gaibolg, Morrigan, all those, like, Longinus, the Spear of Longinus. You can't have a JRPG without the Spear of Longinus, right? Yeah, this is all very good. Let me check something real quick. Okay, there we go. Fix that. I don't know why the curse, when people trigger the curse audio, it doesn't clean up after itself. Just clean that. Whip blades. I love whip blades. All right. Anyway, let's keep going. Frantic nail, cold finger, barbed knife, gourmet cutter. Yeah, these are all great. And oh wow, some brawling weapons. Neko Day. I love that. Oh yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. I almost had a complaint about the game in terms of the amount of trinkets, items, stuff, gadgets that you could get. Like there was this whole thing, with the Tinkerer and how to build stuff and everything. And you have at the beginning of the game, you have like all the basic equipment you can stuff, but I didn't see, like, I was like, I'm kind of missing more. Here they are. Never mind. No complaint. Here they all are, where they belong, right? Again, this is one of those things where, you know, I had to create this little thing because I tend to do that a lot. I tend to do that a lot where I'll be like, oh, this game doesn't have X, and then like one page later, X, the chapter, and it's like the full explanation of the thing I was just complaining. Oh, this game doesn't have this thing. It's like, no, 2 pages later, there's the thing, and then some. Which I love when the game surprises me like that. But also, Dan, you should know better. You should know better before going like, oh, this game doesn't have this thing. Maybe look a couple pages ahead and make sure it does. But yeah, okay, this is cool. And then guidance for designing them. This is great. Let's go back here. Guidance on rewards. This is nice. So you're not necessarily going Monty Hall on your players. Let's see. I love me some tables to roll on. Dungeon generation tables. I love generators. Oh, I haven't fixed the dice yet. I fixed the dice? I had this screen that let me roll dice on here on the screen itself, and it broke, and it's been weeks, and I need to fix it. The reward guidance is very nice, you say. Well, in that case, let's look at it. If you're telling me it's nice, I want to spend some time with it. Let's see. Rewards. Few things can make players excited as finding treasures and rewards, whether retrieved from the depths of a perilous labyrinth or gifted by a grateful sovereign. These allow our heroes to develop new strategies, purchase expensive equipment, or even work on personal projects and inventions. Handing out rewards. There are a few guidelines to follow when you reward player characters, regardless of how they obtained it. Strictly speaking, you have to worry about 2 things. The highest player character level in your group. Most of the time, all characters will be at the same level, but some optional rules can change this. And the number of player characters in your group. You can then use the table below to build an appropriate reward. The table indicates the average value. The average value you should be working with in Zen, but you can go a bit higher or lower for particularly rich rewards or minor findings. The table also indicates the suggested maximum value of any single item found at a given level range. Okay, that's very cool. So basically 4 PCs at a high level. Okay, so this is like some pretty simple guidance to get those numbers in. So the average reward for a group of 5 level 26 characters is 2,000 Zenit, and no single item should have a value higher than 1,500 Zenit rather. It's generally better to split the reward budget into a variety of weapons, accessories, shields, armors, and valuables. Avoid spending all of it on a single powerful item or handing the heroes a huge pile of coins. Agreed. Reward frequency. On average, the chart is based on the idea that a group will receive approximately 1 reward per session, as in every 4 or 5 hours of play. It's not a hard rule and more of a guideline. There will be some sessions which characters do not receive rewards in the form of fancy items, but instead develop connections or retrieve a powerful artifact. The table is there to help you, not constrain you. Agreed. Creating interesting rewards. Here are a few things you will want to keep in mind when creating rewards. Learn what your players want. Yes, that's a big one. Listen to your players at the table. If you catch a player saying they'd like a specific item for their character, take notes. You can include that item in a future reward. Exactly, like, give your players excuses, reasons, and capabilities to be awesome, to do the cool thing. Consider a survey or a wish list. Exactly. Items that tell a story. When placing a given item among the rewards found by the characters, consider what it says about the surrounding area and its inhabitants. Who brought the crystal rod to the shrine? Why did the ancient wyvern guard a ring with no apparent value? So that's a little bit like what I was saying. Like when you're looking at the weapons and you're like, okay, get yourself a reason behind that wind dancer, for example. Like, why is that being sold? Why is that here? Give it a little bit of a history and let the players have fun with that. Here and there, when the occasion arises and it doesn't feel forced, split your reward into smaller mini rewards tied to different places, creatures, or threats. The classic example would be a dungeon with several hidden treasures. That also checks out. And finally, foreshadowing. This is a classic in JRPGs and something you will either love or hate. What you can do is hand out rewards that will prove useful in future battles, such as a silver talent in a dungeon crawling with undead creatures that are vulnerable to its light damage. Adopting this method will surely make your sessions feel more video gamey, but it's a matter of taste. I was going to say, discuss this choice with the rest of your group, because, yeah. If JRPGs do this all the time, right? Like, when you get to the part of the map where there's going to be ice monsters, it's going to happen right when you arrive at the town that sells like the fire, based equipment that can give you like bonuses against ice creatures. When you reach the part that has airborne enemies, that's usually around the place where either the town that sells or just the previous boss that you beat has like basically anti-aircraft weaponry, like anti-air weapons or armor that resists air damage or that sort of thing. That's very classic JRPG, like foreshadowing thing. I personally kind of love that, but I could see like it would depend on the player group if they're into it. But if the player group is definitely looking for that JRPG feel, yeah, foreshadowing is classic JRPG. And finally, Rogues and Soulsteel. Player characters who put levels in the Rogue class will likely acquire the Soulsteel skill, which allows them to extract items from powerful enemies. Items obtained this way are in addition to normal rewards. Cool. Oh, look, they're selling a couple of weapons that do bolt damage. Wink, wink. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I haven't seen weapons that do bolt damage all game. And then this town in specific it's the first time I've seen weapons that sell bolt damage. And the people in town keep talking about these monsters out in the desert that hide when the storms come and the lightning strikes. Let me put one. Oh, hey, sweetheart. Hey, I'm trying to get the cat on my lap. Again, bear with me. This is important. This is priority here, right? We're talking tabletop RPGs. I'm talking kitty on my lap. Hey, sweetheart. Come on. You're so close. You just need to. Come on. Just a little more. Just a little more. Come on. Yes. Okay, now that you're fully on my lap, now I'm going to switch over to the intro screen, and I'm going to go, aw, kitty, look at you. Look at her. Behold, Esmeralda, the cat. She is here. I do this to her because she keeps like interrupting and getting on my lap, and she is actually purring right now. But she also doesn't like being held like this very much. So like trying to teach her like, hey, sweetheart, when dad is recording and has all the lights on and you come and you try and get on his lap, what happens is you get picked up and held. And if she's fine with this is the stream from now on. It's just me holding the cat. But I know she's not fine with it. Any second now, she's going to try and escape. She's going to try and escape. Aren't you? Or not? Or are you going to try and claw my face off? Either way. She looks so pissed. I love you, girl. I'm going to put you down now. There she goes. All right, let's get back to it. Anyway, yeah, exactly. Like I like it. I personally think it would be fun to have in my game, foreshadowing. But yeah, I can see why some people would not. And then all the guidance here. All right, let's go back. I want to prepare a dungeon. I want to do a dungeon concept, population, focal element, and quirks. Let's roll some dice. You know what? Where is my super fancy? Oh no, do I have it hidden away? Is it somewhere where I can't just easily pull it out? Probably. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I'm just taking a quick look. If I don't see it within the next 30 seconds, then we'll just roll a regular dice, and I think that's probably what's gonna have to happen, because I do not know where my super fancy electronic dice thingy is. It's probably in... Oh, wait, I know exactly where it is. Is it, don't I? It's in that dice bag, which is all the way over there. Okay, you know what, folks? Bear with. We're gonna do this. Hey, sweetheart. All right, all right. Is it in here? I kind of feel it. Okay, let's switch over. Let's switch over to the overhead. Did we switch over? Oh, there we go. Hey, folks. Hey, folks. We're going to roll some dice here. I'll roll some dice. But also, let me catch up on chat real quick. I've seen people that really lean into the video gaminess of the game, and it can be really fun. But also, no, it's not for everyone. Or my groups find this really annoying, for example. Exactly. Yeah, I can see it's a preference, a personal preference thing. It makes sense diogenically. These creatures are susceptible to X damage, so of course we make weapons of that. Yeah, no, exactly. It does make sense from a story standpoint, but also it feels very like JRPG. So if you've got a group that they are, you know, again, it's going to depend on how your group feels about how video gamey you want your game, your JRPG, tabletop RPG to feel. All right. This is the fancy die. Look at that thing light up. Lights, colors. I could also probably, actually, wait, I can, in fact, not probably, definitely. Let's try this out. The group is also very into roleplay, so it makes sense. Yeah. Like, if it's a group that wants to be, like, full roleplay, it's not a video game, like, then yeah. But also, I could see some interesting sort of, Hey kitty. No, not there. There's no sweetheart. No, oh my god. She's gonna go through. Never mind. Just don't knock the camera over, please. Anyway, give me a second. I'm just setting this up so we can have some results. Here we go. It's connected. Look at that. And we're gonna check the rolls here. No, not the last rolls. You're gonna see the current rolls. Let's see, where do I see the rolls? It's roller. Here we go. So now, and we're just going to test this out real quick. And there it is. Okay, so now we can see. Wait, is this actually showing up? No, down. Wait, Cursus just stayed up all the time? God damn it, Cursus. I don't know why it doesn't clean up after itself. Let's turn you off. Hi, cat. I see you. Okay, there we go. So the reflecting light is doing what it's doing, but okay. There we go. I have set up my fancy dice thing just so I can roll a d20 4 times. Yeah. Okay, fixed it. Okay, let's go. So first roll, all of this, just so I can make 4 d20 rolls. All right, so for the dungeon concept, let's roll. And that is I'm just rolling nines. All right, so a steam-powered factory is our dungeon concept. We're off to the races with a steam-powered factory. Now, the focal element of this dungeon will be. I'm rolling 8. All right, the pulsing heart of a villain. Oh, here we go. That's interesting. Okay, now I'm thinking Magitech. Now I'm thinking, wait, how's my character? How's my camera doing? It's a little bit, yeah. Sorry, since the cat moved everything, it's hard to. Okay, there we go. She's also right here. Look. I'm gonna point. She is literally right there, just watching. See? No, girl. Oh my god. She's just going for the dice. Really? Okay. Wait. So beating heart of a villain? I dig that. I'm a big fan of that. Wait, adjust you again. Here we go. Let's see the next one. The next table. She definitely wants to roll. She's just sweetheart. I'm watching her. Are you? Yeah, she's right there. You can see. Okay. God damn it, cat. Okay, that's a 3. She just that was a 3. That's a result of the next roll. So the population of dreams and nightmares. Well done. Hey, wait. I'm gonna let you roll. Okay, here we go. Roll again. Well, I just rolled off the table, and the result was it a 9? No, it just rolled too far away. Okay, try this again, sweetheart. Try this again. Here we go. That didn't count. That also doesn't count. That was just me placing it down. Let's see if we can get her to roll again. Come on. There she goes. Hey. No, not too far away, because then it can't communicate. Okay, that's an 8. That's an 8. That's what she rolled. She rolled an 8 for the last table, the quirks. Secret passageways and elevators. Honestly, all of that is really cool. She definitely wants to play the game. She's doing, I'm going to go rescue my dice now. Sweetheart. Thank you. There we go. Okay, anyway, so our results. let's go back here. Uh, our results were a what was it? Sorry, steam powered factory, right? With that is whose focal element is the heart, the pulsing heart of a villain, with a population of dreams and nightmares, and the quirk of secret passageways and elevators. That sounds like a hell of a fun dungeon. I'm gonna be honest with you. I could do that. There's a story there. The pulsing heart of that's like an SCP place. Dreams and nightmares, like you're going into the dreams and nightmares of this villain whose heart is the core of this strange steam-powered machine factory that's full of secret passages, elevators, tunnels, tubes you can crawl to, machine rooms, all that stuff. That sounds like a hell of a lot of a fun dungeon. This is dope. This is a real cool little. I love a good little generator. A bunch of generation tables. I love that sort of stuff. Yeah, hell yeah. That's a fun little dungeon to go through. And then the guidance there. Okay, and then now we got Art of Villains. This is good stuff. Ooh, this is character class guidance on the different character classes. Oh, that's really good. That earns itself a straight up, because this is very good. This is very good. Any kind of guidance for the GM to go like, okay, your players want to play this thing. Here's stuff for those players. Here's things to think about when you've got a Fury, an Orator, an Entropist in your group. Different things about them. So, for example, your player is playing this. Focus on this. Like, for example, our character, right? Let's go back to the young king of the Sacred Flame, right? The character we started making last week, and he is a Chimerist and an Orator. Those were like his two initial classes. So Chimerist build scenes in which a conflict between nature and technology is central. Put the Chimerists in situations where they are expected to take a side. Ecological and environmental themes should be a main plot point. Again, for this character, that makes a lot of sense. We did talk about nomadic people. They live off the land. They learn their magic from creatures. They probably have respect for those creatures, etc. Very cool. And include multiple creatures from which the Chimerists can learn spells, beasts, monsters, and plants. Do this at least once every other session. One good strategy is to straight out ask the player what kind of spells they would like to learn, and then design creatures from which they can be learned. Yes. It shouldn't need to be said, right? But sometimes it's good to have the guidance. Like, hey, GM, your player chose a character class that, one of their main things is that they had to learn spells from beasts, monsters, and plants. And at higher levels, other things, I know. Give them some beasts, monsters, and plants to learn from. Ask the player talk to your players. Ask them what they want. Yes. All this is good. Anyway, Orator. Let's see what their thing is. Orators are assumed to draw attention. Maybe they look good. Maybe they're naturally charismatic. Maybe there's some other reason you should ask the player. Words are powerful. They can save people just as much as they can bring ruin. Never forget to show an Orator the consequences of their threats and promises, and remember that some will be envious or wary of their charm and popularity. When an Orator uses Condemn, and by the way, let me pause real quick on Condemn, but we'll get let's read this. But then I do have a note. An Orator uses Condemn, ask them what they say. If their argument is especially strong or weak, apply a situational modifier to the check. Yes, reward the player for good. I would say this part here. If it's especially strong, I would take away. But that's just me personally. Forget about weak, right? Because sometimes you'll have players who their character is an Orator. Their character is charismatic and powerful and whatnot. The player may be shy, may have a speech impediment, may just not be comfortable doing a big oratory speech and performance in front of the other players for whatever reason. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Just some people are just a little bit more quiet, a little bit more shy. I don't want to punish those people. I don't mind rewarding like good performance and good, like, you know, I've been known to even like let things just succeed if like the speech that a player made as their character is convincing and heartfelt enough. I don't mind rewarding that occasionally, because there are also some players that are just like that. You know, there are some players that like they will like make a speech. Billy, I'm looking at you. Billy's one of my fellow podcasters from Fandable. I'm looking at you, Billy. Like his characters will make a grand speech at some point. They'll make some heartfelt oratory of some kind. That's just how it is. Yeah, Phoenix, you know exactly. And other players are a lot more shy about these things, and I don't feel like you should punish the shy ones, but still give, you know, like reward good role play. At the same time, if you got a player who just always does the thing, don't give them a +2 every single time, because it's also might just make the other players like reward when the player goes above and beyond the baseline that they themselves set. A player who always plays out their orator things, like, yeah, you do give them modifiers every now and then, of course, but really you want to make it when they surpass their limits, when they go above and beyond what they normally do. And so that then evens it a bit. Then the more talky player still gets to do their thing, but if they want a bonus, they have to push a little. Same thing with the shy player. They can just play no penalties, no minuses, just for kind of going like, yeah, my character says the speech. Let me just roll it. You know, I mean, he might add some details, but you as a player don't necessarily play out the whole speech, because, you know, you the player are not an orator. You know, I'm not going to punish you for not being able to do the thing that your characters do. The whole point of playing a character is the character can do stuff that I can't, right? Right. So those are my thoughts on that. So my personal call would be, now that said, a situational modifier, if they're in over their head, like if it's not a specifically like their argument or their performance, like in this case, to be fair, what it's saying here is specifically talking about the argument. But even then, you know, and like I'm hesitant to punish players who are just not in the mind space or don't have the capability to put on a full freaking actual play. We are streaming hello Critical Role like performance every time, right? That's my only concern there. Catching up a chat. Yeah, your player is not directly your character. They should not have to be super strong to play a character with a might of 10. Should not have to be a genius to have an intellect. Exactly. And then unexpected ally is a powerful skill, but it's no mind control. The character abuses the target's loyalty and trust. The benefit will quickly be lost. Make it clear to the orator if they're asking too much of the... Yeah, okay, this is good advice overall. All right, I'm not going to read the rest of them because I'm sure they all... although, actually, wait, I want to look at the Tinkerer one. I'm real curious, because the ones that we do want to add later is probably Spiritist and Tinkerer, right? Oh, no, not Spiritist. Sorry, we want to add... No, we're not going to add Arcanist, because it was either Arcanist or Chimerist. I think we are going to add Spiritist. That's a lot, but I'm curious. I'm honestly curious, separate from whether it would apply to my character or not, what the guidance is for Tinkerer, right? Because again, I always have a bit of a special interest when it comes to crafting and tinkering and classes like that. Wayfarer is another one. Yes, Wayfarer is another one that we might look at. So let's look at Tinkerer and Wayfarer real quick. So Tinkerer, technology can be powerful and terrifying. Build situations related to the dangers of ruthless and unethical progress and challenge Tinkerer to prove why their view of science is different. I like that. Tinkerers excel at crafting inventions and are an amazing class for the more creative players. Be ready to work with your Tinkerer when coming up with inventions and work with them to establish unique inventory items available in your world. Tinkerers are very flexible. Yes, we saw that. They have access to all damage types and can provide excellent support with healing items. Remember this when designing battles. Okay, just good guidance overall. Wayfarer. Given how frequent discoveries can become, if your group includes a Wayfarer with a treasure hunter or well-traveled skills, it may be a good idea to prepare a quick list of interesting discoveries that may come in useful in a pinch. Good advice. When short on ideas, turn to the Wayfarer player and ask them to tell you more about the local area, the terrain, and the creatures that live there. Yes. I don't know if the sound blocking blocked by clapping there, but then build on their answers during the session. This is good advice in general, but especially with this here, yeah, good. And then faithful companion is a powerful option that brings a whole new character into the party. Design the creature together with the player. Don't be afraid to adjust its stats on the way if you see that it's too underwhelming or if it outshines the rest of the party. The best companions are those that support the group. Yeah, it's good guidance. It's good, solid guidance. This is great. I like this. Good work, book. Good work. And then just guidance in general for running the game, stuff for during session 0, good stuff. Learn the rules. Yeah, kind of obvious. Okay, and all this GM guidance, and I think that's it. Okay, so then the other stuff that we have now, these are the heroic skills, right? Yeah, we kind of skipped over those. And I just skipped over them again, but I'm just going to see what else. Okay, because we actually have not looked at. Oh, this is fine. This is like group prologues and stuff. This is fine. Weapon. Okay, so this is kind of where we left off before we moved on to playing with Foundry last week, right? So we kind of skipped advancement. Let's look at this. This is important. In Fabula Ultima, a character's power is measured by their level. Starting characters enter the game at 5, and the upper limit for a character is level 50. Gaining experience points. In order to increase their level and grow in power, player character must earn XP. At the end of each game session, your character will gain a variable amount of XP as summarized on your character sheet. Gain automatically 5 XP, period. This ensures you achieve some progress regardless of what happened during the session. Your character will also gain an amount of XP equal to the amount of Ultima points spent by villains during the session. If villains spent lots of these, it means they didn't pull their punches, and adversity will make you grow. Because of this, it is a good idea to keep track of spent Ultima points by placing tokens inside a bowl or cup. Finally, your character will gain an amount of XP equal to the amount of Fabula points spent by the group during the session, divided by the number of player characters that took part in the session. Whenever you spend Fabula points, you are making both yourself and your companions grow stronger. I like that. I like that, because compare it to something like Numenera, where you have XP there as well. You are granted XP, and you can, if you choose, spend those XP on rerolls and specific effects rather than guarding them, or rather, storing them and stockpiling them until you have enough to buy like a permanent advance, right? Here, you get these Fabula points, and by spending them, you gain more XP. It's divided by the group, yes, but it basically is another incentive to spend those points and not necessarily hoard them. That and bonds, right? That and bonds. The whole friendship is our greatest weapon thing. Yeah, exactly. Don't worry, and don't worry, I'm going back. We're going to check out the heroic skills shortly, but I wanted to A, see where we left off, and B, this is important, right? So this, I like this. I really like this mechanic here. Just like Ultima points, you keep track of spent Fabula points by placing the corresponding tokens inside a bowl or cup. Remember, you don't have to keep track of which character spent them because it's for the whole group. Additionally, a list of optional rules for advancement can be found on page 230, which is right away. Adopting the Blitz, Embodiment, or MVP optional rules, right? So we'll see those. Will cause characters to grow faster. You might want to no longer award the automatic 5 experience points per session. Discuss this with your group. When the game refers to a session, it means a segment of gameplay lasting approximately 4 hours. If your sessions are shorter or longer than that, you might want to check for experience points every 4 hours of play. All right, solid. Then tracking experience and gaining levels. When you gain experience points, keep track of them on your character sheet. 12 experience points. After gaining XP at the end of a session, you have a chance to increase your level. If you have 10 or more XP, you must spend 10 of those points and increase your character level by 1. You keep any XP in excess. Note that regardless of how many experience points you have, even if they are multiples of 10, you may only gain 1 level per session this way. Interesting. So if you somehow gain 35 XP in a session, which I think was nigh impossible, but shit went wild. Shit went wild, and somehow you gained 35 XP in a session. At the end of that session, you spend 10 of those and you go up 1 level. So now you're at like 25 XP. But that's it. You can't spend another 10 right then to level up. It's just one level up maximum per session. So then that gives you a kind of a built-in control, right? Like, you as a GM, if you want your players to level up, try and guide it. And it's going to be kind of out of your hand, right? Because you can't force players to, like, spend Fabula points. But you can kind of, especially after you played a little bit, right? You probably get an idea of what they spent, like... so that gives you some guidance. That gives you some guidance on, like, how fast do you want my players to level up. Considering that level ups here are not, like, because of the multi-classing, because of the way the powers work and all that stuff, leveling up in Fabula Ultima doesn't strike me as absolutely, like, it's not like leveling up in D&D, right? It's not like leveling up in D&D where, like, you know, hitting level 3 suddenly unlocks 20,000 things. That said, if you level up to gain a new class, that can unlock a lot of stuff, right? That's a whole separate thing. We'll see how that works in a second. But yeah, in general, players will almost always get a level per session. Yeah, that sounds about right. That really does sound about right. Because everything is available from the start except heroic skills, obviously. Exactly. Like, gaining a character levels feels good. You're going to get a power. You're going to probably get to buy up a skill, whatnot. But the fact that it happens every session is not game-breaking because, like, in D&D, if every single game session you went up a level, like, the level of growth, right? Like, you know, each one of those higher levels just gives you so much crazier shit that it's a little bit, that would be too much. But here... yeah, that sort of steady progression, again, feels very JRPG. You're constantly just grinding, you're getting your little levels, you know, as you go, and each level just makes you marginally more powerful. You might gain some extra, you know, let's see what happens. Okay, so gaining that new character level, see several benefits. You may change your character's identity and or theme, that's good, because your character is growing and advancing. Increase your maximum hit points and mind points by 1 point each. Okay, cool. If you reach level 20 or 40, choose one of your attributes, increase your space size by 1. So there are some milestones, right? Level 20, level 40, up to a maximum of D12. This is the only way you can ever increase your attributes. Whenever you do so, some of your other statistics may change, right? Because derived statistics might change. And then you increase the level of one of your character's classes by 1, or you gain your first level in a class you didn't already have. See next page. There are, however, 2 important limitations when leveling up. You can never have more than 10 levels in a class, right? That's mastering. Now, once you put the 10th level in a class, the class has been mastered, which grants you heroic skill, which we'll check in a minute, as explained on the next page. And you can no longer invest levels into it. And then you can never have more than 3 non-mastered classes, right? So if you want to get a 3rd class, kind of like at the beginning, right, when you can choose either 2 or 3 classes, but if you get all 3 classes, then you cannot pick a 4th class until you have mastered one of those 3. Cool, I like that. All right, increasing your attributes, which as we saw, it specifically happens here, level 20 and 40. And yeah, exactly, as you increase the stuff, this might change your derived characteristics. Putting levels in character classes, just like when you created a skill, a character, putting a level in a class allows you to acquire one of its class skills, either a skill you don't have or one that you have but may be acquired multiple times. Your level in current class can never exceed 10. When you bling a class up to level 10, you have mastered it. Acquire 1 heroic skill of your choice. Note that this heroic skill will be in addition to the class skill you normally acquire by investing the 10th level in that class. Good. If a skill can be acquired multiple times, it'll also indicate how many times you can acquire. So +5 for a skill that can be acquired up to 5 times, or 10 for a skill that can be acquired up to 10 times. If you put a level in a class you didn't previously have, you also gain the free benefits granted by that class. Missing and matching a variety of classes can be useful, just don't forget to master some of them. Changing your identity or theme. If you choose to change your identity or theme upon gaining a level, explain what prompted this change. Perhaps you have abandoned anger and learned the importance of mercy, or your days as an oath-sworn paladin have come to an end and you are now a rebellious oathbreaker. Don't be afraid of change. Use it as a way to signal to your group that you want to explore a new side of your character. I dig that. Creating high-level characters, because if you want to stay at high level, here's some basic guidance, and then player characters, replace them, same amount of weird points. Weird characters. Sooner or later, your character will gain classes they didn't have at the start, which may lead to seemingly strange and unforeseen combinations. But does gaining a few levels in Chimerus turn your mage researcher into a druid? The answer is no. When your character picks a class that is very different from their initial concept, they are experimenting and evolving. Where a druid would seek communing with beasts, your mage might coldly analyze their abilities, embrace the variety of class combinations, and craft memorable characters. Yeah, no, the variety of classes, the fact that it forces you to multi-class, and so the examples that we saw earlier, like with the Necromancer, with the Ace of Cards, right? Like the sample full characters are, of course, multi-class like all JRPGs. So it's not, you're never playing just an Ace of Cards or just a Necromancer or just a Chimerist. You are playing a character who is a combination of these various power sets and things. So each one, that's gonna be a lot of uniqueness within them. Two players might have the same class. Two players might both have the rogue class, but the other classes that they have that are different are going to lead those characters to play very differently. I love that. I absolutely love that. Again, this game has made me so happy. I had always heard for so long, people like the people that knew about the game loved it, and I was like, okay, this got to be a good, it's got to be a good game. I just haven't gotten around to it. I'm so glad I finally did, because it does so many things right, especially given what it's trying to do. Because sometimes you'll run across a game where it's like, I see what you're trying to do, and you did not achieve that. But I see what you were trying to do. This game, I see what you're trying to do, but holy shit, yes, you did it. Both combining those classes can make very different feeling characters, both thematically and mechanically. Yeah, exactly. And it's not going to be like, oh, we need to start at level 10 because it unlocks the thing that makes the game actually interesting, like D&D and Pathfinder. Exactly. D&D is one of those, like, so I've got a group that I'm going to start running a game for soon in person, and it's going to be a classic D&D, still 5th edition, but we're going to be playing Planescape. I need to take some time and reread the Planescape books. I'm tempted to do so on stream, honestly. And I just might, but I really want to get to Triangle Agency next. Depending on how long we spend on Triangle Agency, maybe I'll break out and we'll look at the PDFs for like the old school Planescape books, because those hold a special place in my heart. But I'm not sure. Either way, I need to look at them so I can run the game, because as much as Planescape is burned into my, there's a set of neurons in my brain that are just frozen in the configuration that is Planescape. All right, that's where some levels of math should be. It's just Planescape knowledge, but I still need to like refresh on it. I'm excited for that. I don't know what that was a sidebar that I completely got sidetracked on. Anyway, heroic skills. Let's check it out. When a player yeah, D&D. That's a sidebar. Anyway, point is, we were making characters, and one of the players was like, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind starting at level 1 and growing from there. But almost everybody else at the table was like, no, let's start at level 3 so we can start with a certain level of capability. Like level 1 D&D characters are honestly a little boring. And also, like, one of the players wanted to play a multi-class, and so like they needed to be higher than level 1 to be multi-class, right? So we ended up choosing to be level 3, and it's fine. But especially the funny part is, like, the player that asked for that was specifically the mage player, that asked if we could maybe start at level 1, and it's like, you specifically, when you told me your character idea, you wanted to be an illusionist. It was important to you, like, this is what you wanted to be, an illusionist, especially with mages, right? If I'm not mistaken, is it level 2 or level 3 that mages get their special? I think mages might actually get it at level 2 instead of level 3. But either way, as a level 1 mage, you don't even have that specialty, right? So also level 1 mages are like, it's a miracle that any mage survives level 1 as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, let's check out these heroic skills. When a player character masters a class by bringing it to level 10, that character may acquire one heroic skill from the list below. Unless otherwise noted, each heroic skill may only be taken once. However, some heroic skills grow stronger as you reach certain levels. Some heroic skills have requirements that must be fulfilled before you get. So having mastered a specific class, have fun experimenting with heroic skills and create unique combinations. So heroic skills are available to all characters. Ambidextrous, fight with 2 weapons, extra SP, extra IP, extra MP, and extra spells. All this is just good growth. Like, if you really wanted to ignore all of this, right? Because at most, if your maximum character level is 50, then these 5, if somebody was to choose these 5 would be all their heroic advancements, all the heroic skills, because you would learn 1 the first time one of your character classes hits level 10, the second one next level 10, level 10, level 10, and you can only do that 5 times, right? So these 5 would be like your core. If you don't want to look at anything else, if you don't care, you can just choose these 5 and that's it. But heroic skills with a class mastery requirement. So adversity for the Darkblade, arcane echoes for the Arcanist, chimeric mastery for the Chimerist, comet for the Entropist, deep pockets for Tinkerer, disarming rhetoric 5 times if you master. Right, exactly. Like if you master all. Well, true. Because you could have, like, you don't have to have 5 classes at level 50. Oh, sorry, at level 10. You could have like 10 classes at level 5. Actually, no, not 10 classes. No, you would still need to master some of them. You have to master some of them. You can never have more than 3 unmastered, right? So you would at least minimum. No, and then you would need a 3rd at level 30 to get a 4th. So that does limit you, because you can never have more than 3 unmastered. So in order to get like 5, no, in order to get like 8 character classes, you would still need to have somehow mastered 5. So you're never getting 8. Like the most you would be able to get is like 7. Yeah, max is 7. Okay, I just caught up on chat. Yeah, so max classes is 7. Makes sense. If you're doing the math on top of my head, yeah, that's the most you could potentially get away with. 7 classes, with 3 of them being mastered, and then the other 4, or sorry, 4 of them being mastered. Right? No, 3. Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 4 of them mastered, and then 3 unmastered. And then you max out at 15. So even then, you would still have to have 4 classes at level 10 all maxed out, and then the remaining 10 levels are split among the remaining 3 classes. So those 3 classes would probably be on average about level 3, which is not bad. That's still a very, like, a dip of 3 levels into any given class gives you a lot, right? And having all those separate classes with 7, each one of them giving you a boost to HP or MP. In some cases, like if you have a Tinkerer class, some extra IP, like, yeah, that's still, like, that's crazy powerful regardless, right? But it really does feel like if you want that level of flexibility, you still have to effectively focus. You still have to master 4 classes to get there. Not bad, not complaining. Just kind of figuring out on top of my head like how that works. I dig it. Okay, so Deep Pockets for Tinkerer, Disarming Rhetoric for Orator, Heartbreaker for Darkblade, Heroic Companion for Wayfarer, and Hope for Spiritist. And then Heroic Skills. It just keeps going. It's continued. Mathemagic for the Lore Master. Interesting. Monkey Grip for the Fury, Perfect Aim for Sharpshooter, Pillage for Rogue, Powerful Shot for... Honestly, let's just read because I don't want to get into too many details unless there's one that we're curious about. Like, I'm kind of curious about that Mathemagic one. So, Adversity, Darkblade, status effects make you stronger. Okay, actually, I want to read that. How's that work? You must have Master Darkblade. As long as you are suffering from 1 or more status effect, you gain a +1 bonus on all checks for every status effect you are suffering from, and you deal 2 extra damage for every status effect you are suffering from, be it with attacks, spells, arcana, items, or any other method. So that's cool. That's very cool. But it doesn't in any way, shape, or form, it basically offsets some of the status effect that you are suffering from. Because you're still suffering from the status effect, so your die size has gone down 1. Usually is what the status effects do. But this will help compensate for that. Arcane Echoes. Arcana helps you influence clocks. Wait, what? Okay, I guess I do have to read them. Arcane Echoes. When you successfully perform a check to fill or erase one or more sections of a clock, if the domains of one or more arcana you have bound are applicable to the check in question, you may fill or erase an additional section of that clock. Okay. So this, and this, I'm going to talk about something now that a lot of people, the Weapon Master allows you to have a two-handed weapon in one hand, can have some fun combos, I see. Yes. The what was it? Weapon Master. No, that's not Weapon Master. It's Monkey Grip. It's a Fury. Equips some two-handed weapons in a single hand slot. It's a Fury in this case, yeah. That, yeah, we would have to look at some of the two-handed weapons to see what, but like that could lead to some interesting combos. But specifically with the Arcanist, right, and this whole thing about their domains. This reminds me a little, and if we go back to Arcanist, just to kind of like check out what went too far. Where are they? Still too far. Nope. Okay, sorry, and I'm probably giving people headaches here. I'm just trying to get to the character classes. Why is it so hard to get to the character classes? I should have bookmarked this. Okay, here we go. We're getting here. Right? We are getting here? No? Did I pass by? Are they earlier in the book? No, here we go. Well, no. This is the image I'm looking for, but it's not the... I went too far. It's up here. No? Where the fuck? Okay. Why am I like, Dan? Why are you like this? Let's show our... yeah, here we go. Thank you. Character classes. Dan. All right. So, the Arcanist thing, this whole thing with the domains. So, it reminds me, if you're slamming people with your heavy weapon and have shaken, slow, and dazed, you get a +3 with virtually no downside. Yes. No, that checks out. Again, it just basically, like, I mean, you still have to deal with the effects of the thing, but again, you're getting some serious bonuses to it. And this is a high level, this is a high level Dark Blade at this point, so it's gonna fuck up somebody's day. Like, whoever you're hitting is gonna have a bad time. But so the reason I'm kind of focusing on this right now with the domains is that for the game that I'm working on, my own personal game called Seeker's Call, I have a character class called the Conflux. And the Conflux, it reminds me of this as well, because the Conflux is also like they're kind of gem based, so they have it's called like sort of crystal catalog, and they attune to certain crystals, to certain gems, and depending on which gem they attune to, they gain access to effectively certain domains of magic, and then their magic system is complicated. So that is where a lot of the similarity ends. But that concept of like you are attuned to a specific kind of domain of things, and so roles and actions taken within that domain gain a bonus to it. That it's very similar to that, to the heroic skill here for the Arcanist Arcane Echoes, where, like, I mean, in this case it's specific for clock stuff, but yeah, that's, again, if you are attuned, if you are connected, if one of your domains of your arcana that you have bound to match what's happening in the check for that clock, you do more, you do better, because you are attuned and it falls within your domain. In my game, that kind of is built into the class here as a heroic thing, but it makes sense as a heroic thing in this game very much. I like that it's there because I like that concept and the flexibility of applying domains to different things. Domain expansion. I love it. So that's cool. All right, Chimeric Mastery. Learn spells from new species and increase the spell limit. Okay, so I think I saw that earlier. So basically, every time you pick Chimeric Mastery, which can be acquired up to twice, each time you get 2 species. So if you pick this up twice, you'd be able to learn built-in beast, insect, and was it beast, insect, and Anyway, three sort of obvious ones, and then the stuff that you normally would. So constructs, demons, elementals, undead. This is basically all the other types. So you pick Chimeric Mastery twice, and then you can just learn. I mean, again, for my character, I think. Yes. Oh, this just gave me an idea. So Beast, Plant, and Monster. Thank you. That's the one. This just gave me an idea for my character, for that young king. So, because he's going to be a chimerist, and he's going to be learning stuff from those beasts and plants and monsters. I'm thinking part of the thing that makes him the king of the sacred flame, that makes him particularly special even among his people, is that he's going to achieve this chimeric mastery. And he's going to be able to then use Spell Mimic to learn from things beyond what his people do. And that's part of what makes him, like, he'll be able to access these powers and go on quests and do things that make him particularly special within, like, his people. I kind of like that approach. That might be a good one for that character. All right, so Comet for the Entropist class is just like 50 MP and just absolutely ruin somebody's day. Deep Pockets. Oh, that's actually better than I expected. I thought it just gave you more IP, but no, it just lowers the cost of stuff by 1. That's it's really good. As a Tinkerer, you want to pick that up so much. Disarming Rhetoric for the Orator. During a conflict scene, you may use an action to choose a soldier rank creature that can hear and understand you. The game master must tell you who is a valid target. If that creature is shaken or in crisis, you may spend an amount of mind points equal to 20 plus half the creature's level to have them peacefully leave the conflict. I like that. I like that little Deep Pockets is crazy strong. Extra HP, extra IP, extra MP, extra spells, Heartbreaker. Attack only target creature you have a bond towards them. You choose to spend half your current hit points. Ouch. If you do, the attack deals damage equal to 10 times multiplied by the strength of your bond. Okay, by the strength of your bond towards target. So, still extra damage. And you're a Dark Blade who's at least mastered at least one class. You're probably hitting real hard already. And if it's a target that you're really bonded to, is an extra 30 HP. Yeah, that's solid. That's really solid. Also increase your IP, so Deep Pockets has to do something else. Yeah, exactly. No, it makes sense. I thought it was going to be some sort of like extra, like, game 2 extra IP or something like that. This is much better than what I thought it was going to be. I really like that. The Heroic Companion, ways to make your companion more powerful. Hope. Good look at this, surrender but still. So basically, this is like the closest thing to like a revive. It's like a Phoenix down kind of thing. All right, I like that. Mathemagic, Lord Master. When you cast a spell with a target of 1 creature, you may double the spell's total MP cost. If you do, choose an attribute and a die size. The spell now targets all creatures already present on the scene whose current attribute die size matches your choice, regardless of whether they're friend. Oh, interesting, clever. It's kind of tricky, but I like it. You might even end up targeting yourself. Yeah, so be careful with that one. Yeah, and Hope is a classic res. Yeah, so it's unoffensive. It follows the normal rules. That's okay. I see what you're doing there with Lord Master. I kind of like it. I got a soft spot for Lord Master. Okay, so that monkey grip with the two character class with the two so equip two-handed weapons belonging to the flail, heavy spear, or sword categories in a single hand slot. This allows you, for instance, to enjoy the benefits of two-weapon fighting when fielding a pair of two-handed weapons, or to equip a two-handed weapon in your main slot and a shield in your offhand slot. Okay, yeah, again, depending on the weapons is how that's going to become super valuable or not. Perfect aim. Yeah, you can add warning shot. Pillage for rogue. You can basically steal from a whole bunch of people. Oh, that's wild. I like that. That's the for the One Piece fans in my audience. That is the Nami leaving Arlong Park move. If you know, you know. Powerful shot for sharpshooter. Powerful strike for weapon master. Fury predictable for lore master. During a conflict, you may use an action and spend 20 mind points to anticipate the upcoming moves of a creature you can see, so long as you know 2 or more of that creature's traits. If you do choose, okay, that's very cool. Choose one type of action among the following. Until the start of your next turn, the creature must spend 20 mind points whenever they wish to perform that action. If they can't, they must perform a different action. Okay, that's a clever little debuff. I like it. Rampart for Guardian. Resistance to all damage types, can suffer effects. Yeah, I like this. I like me a good tank. Repetition, Revelation, Upgrade. Let's see, anything else? Predictable is really cool. Yeah, no, I really like what they're doing there. Revelation. This is the Arcanist class, okay? Make kind of an unknown Arcanum, bind it to your soul. This Arcanum must be something you design together with the rest of the group. As long as you live, no one else in your world will be able to bind that Arcanum. Once per scene, while you are merged with an Arcanum, you may use an action and spend 2 value points to trigger that Arcanum's dismiss effect without dismissing them. Doing so does not trigger the Arcane Circle skill. Interesting, okay. And repetition. Okay, wait. So repetition once per turn during a conflict. After you use the condemn skill or the encourage skill, you may immediately perform the same skill again. Okay, I like that. I like that. So quick sidebar, because I've gotten, while we've been streaming, I got a couple of comments over on the YouTube from Misanthropic Prime, who's commented on a couple of the previous videos, and I did address. Thank you again, by the way, Misanthropic Prime, for watching these videos over on the YouTube side, even if you're not doing it live. Because you made some good comments. Like, for example, Misanthropic Prime was in fact the one that helped us figure out that you don't actually have to make 1,000 rolls for projects, right? Stuff like that. So they've made a couple of comments, and there are two options that they gave us. Wait, let me go back here. Let me see if I can get both comments up here. So the first one is oh, Jesus Christ, 3 comments. Okay, so one was for feral speech. Okay, so a couple of combinations. Feral speech plus condemn. Which would fit my character, right? Because he's got the Chimerist, which has feral speech, and the Orator, who has condemn. Tell that predatory animal he's a jerk. I love it. Insult an animal and have them feel it. You know, because goddamn, cat, where are you? Okay, she ran away. But you know, she doesn't care when I insult her. She doesn't understand my words. And she has claws. The other comment was persuasive, has a max level of 2, so 40 MP plus 2 cock sections. Still powerful. Yeah, exactly. So Misanthropic Prime, you definitely caught. And this was a conversation that I had with King Pine earlier, or yesterday even, where, like, yeah, I had kind of, like, glossed over or actually kind of forgot that there is a limit to how much you can raise these skills, right? That number, that's what that means. For some reason, my brain, even though I knew there wasn't a currency of points to spend on skills, it's just get a skill every level, for some reason, the way it was presented, my brain kept seeing it as a point cost rather than just the number of times it can be advanced. I flipped that switch in my brain. Yeah, now I understand. Still, persuasive, 40 MP for plus 2 clock session is still, like, crazy powerful, very useful. And final comment, which just happened a few minutes ago, which is why, like, I just saw it pop up on my screen. Which is Weapon Master, counterattack with Guardian Protect. Step in to take the attack against one of your allies and possibly get a free attack at the same time. Really good combo. Like I said, this is part of what I really love about Fabula Ultima that I've seen, is the potential of those synergies and combos between the various character classes and their various abilities. I really love how that works in the game. It's one of my favorite things about it so far. All right, so that address. Let's come back to this real quick. Let's see, Revelation. We saw that status immunity for the Wayfarer. That's really cool. Tempest Strike, so you can do multi with more damage with multi. Great. Unbreakable for Guardian. Yeah, basically you come back once. Solid. Upgrade for Tinkerer. Once per rest, you can choose one option, add a quality to a single weapon or shield doesn't have one, or replace current quality. Okay, I'm a little, not miffed, but I was like, yes, this is very cool. I could have sworn there was something in Tinkerer already that let you, wasn't there one of the, let's go back up here. Yeah, goddammit. Save myself some time real quick. And, where's my sidebar? Oh, god damn it. Show menu bar. No, that's not what I want. This thing. Where'd it go? View, edit, view. I want to see the... Where did it go? Oh, god damn it. All right. You know what? Don't have time for this. I'll find it during the break because I already snoozed it once. Cannot snooze it again. It's ad time. I don't have full control over this. It's just what Twitch makes us do. So, folks... let's go to the ads. It'll be the last ad break of the show because it's the last hour of the show. So bear with me, refresh your water, stretch your legs, and we will be right back. All right, and we should be back after ads. So thanks for bearing with me. I got carried away, but we've addressed the ads. We've addressed the YouTube comments, and we have. I didn't. Nope, wrong window. There we go. And so I found the Tinkerer. Wait, let me. God damn it. Make this go away. No, that's not what I wanted. View mode. No, that's not it. Is it settings? Here we go. Show me. Go away. There we go. Okay. So it's an optional rule, but it costs Zenith, says Kingfine. Because I thought Tinkerers had one of the abilities that would let them sort of tweak existing items, but I'm not seeing it as an official thing, and it's not part of one of the invention tests. You're saying it is an optional rule somewhere. Is it under projects, maybe? Let's see. Projects. Cripes. Wait. Probably a few steps behind. Here we go. Nope. Actually, no. Yeah, this is exactly it. Here we go. Like, this is new stuff. Require time, interlude scenes. I could have sworn I had seen some kind of ability. Yeah, if you can find it, King Pine, because I feel like it was there, like we might have seen it before. I'm curious where that rule is that will let Tinkerers modify existing items. Well, let's go back to the heroic skills again real quick. And take a look at that again. So upgrade. Once per rest, you may choose one option, add a quality. So this is basically modify qualities. When you use the skills, you have select a quality as long as the cost modifier with the ability to set it or lowered. Then you must spend an amount of Zenit equal to twice the cost modifier of the chosen ability. The modified item will be rated the rest of the rest. You may only modify one item per rest. So like this requires Zenit. A substantial amount of Zenit, no less. Like, I'm not mad at this, by the way. I did solid, good. But I could have sworn I had seen an option to do this before you get to the heroic part, because it's not like this is letting you do it for free, right? Page 267. Oh, let's see, page 267, 267, 267. Ah, right, I did skip some of this stuff. That's why. All right, buying qualities. Here we go. So optional rule players may pay a black. Okay, so it's not the Tinkerer specifically. Okay, it's you basically would hire somebody to modify your, which is solid. And it's basically you're spending the same amount. Okay, so but it's replacing. No, add to one that doesn't have it, or replace if it already has one. Right, and then the Tinkerer version, the Tinkerer heroic ability for that, which was down here. Nope, we went too far. Went too far. Up here, actually, yeah. Sorry. Heroic. Here we go. The Tinkerer has the same cost. Or replace a current quality. So add. So it's basically the same thing. The only real difference is that the default way requires the characters to kind of go to a town, find a merchant or blacksmith or whatever that can work on their equipment, give up their equipment for that time, spend the money, etc., etc. This is still all of that, with the one very important caveat that the Tinkerer gets to do it just while they're resting. So if you want to, like, without this, if you're in the middle of a dungeon and you're like, well, fuck, I should have brought my fire sword, and instead I brought my ice sword, and all the monsters in here are resistant to ice, you know, you would have to go all the way back to town, find, you know, either buy a fire sword or like find a blacksmith that can modify like that quality of it to whatever you want. Here it's like, all right, cool. No, can we find a safe place to rest for a few hours? Give me that, and I mess with it, right? Yes, and the GM might not necessarily allow you to use the optional rule, but it should always let you take an upgrade. Exactly. So like this is a way of like that. The other way, it's an optional rule. Like it makes sense. It makes sense. And I see why in that case that's an optional rule, because it gets really close to stepping on basically on the Tinkerer stick here. You know, you generally don't want to let other players be able to access the same abilities that are sort of built into another class just by spending a little bit of extra money or something, right? You want to kind of avoid that where possible. But that said, it also makes sense. Like if it's a big limitation that you don't just get to do it. You don't just spend the money and that's it. You still would have to like leave whatever you're doing, go back to town, find. You're probably gonna, you know, make them like take away your item for like a day or two, etc. Here it's like no, it's a rest. You've got a qualified and a capable tinkerer. We can get that done, right? If you have a tinkerer, I would talk to them about how they feel about buying qualities beforehand, right? Like, yeah, exactly. It's like per group, per group. Like, if you don't have any tinkerers in your group, that optional rule is particularly good because, gives you an option to do that. But if there is a tinkerer in your group, yeah, you're going to want to be careful with that. Like, I as a GM might probably do something like where I will allow it, even with a tinkerer in the group, but within limitations. Not every blacksmith is going to be able to modify every, like, I think probably by default, most blacksmiths would only be able to modify the qualities or add a quality to, like, the stuff that's here, like the initial sort of like equipment stuff that's up, that's basically, where is it, like up here somewhere. Yeah, here, what, did I go too far? Probably. Anyway, point is, like, your starting equipment, here we go, like this stuff. Like, I would probably let your standard blacksmith at a standard town mess with these items, with basic weapons, basic armor, and shields. Anything outside of this, and even the runic shield is cutting it close, but anything outside of this, anything on the the GM side here of where they go, yeah, here we go. This stuff, nah. Like, random blacksmith in the town of nice little rivers is probably not going to be able to take your Gatling crossbow and modify it. All right. Like, if you need a specific type of quality, you can also make it an adventure in itself to find exactly. It's like, oh, we need this. Well, the only blacksmith that can do that is the dwarven blacksmith that lives in this the mountain lands that are several days journey away from here. And oh, have you heard the rumors that there is a horrible monster that has taken residence in the mountain path that leads to the dwarven city? Oh, make it a quest. Do the JRPG thing at it, right? I think that's probably how I would approach that. And then that still makes it so that players have that option. But if one of them picks up Tinkerer later, maybe they didn't start with a Tinkerer, somebody picks it up, it still makes it so that later on, as that Tinkerer becomes more powerful, they're going to be able to do the kinds of things that before you would have needed to go on a whole ass quest for. So I like that. I think that's how I would, quote unquote, balance that out a little. Yeah, and then the last of them, vanish, spend 1 Fabula point. Each of those creatures will be unable to perform the action that requires them to be able to see you. And just, okay, that's cool. Yeah, these are great. These are great. I like this. And honestly, I think we've done it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've kind of looked at all of Fabula Ultima. I mean, we haven't really looked at the other ones, right? At the atlases, and we're not going to, but I am going to open them up just to take a very quick sort of a glance at them, right? So for example, let me open up the Fabula Ultima Techno Fantasy one. Let me switch over to that window. Oh, I might have to kind of go here and then go back here so it refreshes. There we go. So I do have the Techno Fantasy Atlas. Yeah, just to look at the classes, just to kind of do a quick, because we're in the last half hour of today's stream, and I think we have enough time to at least look at stuff. So let's check out the Techno Fantasy Atlas real quick. The rest is more GM facing content, how to run Techno Fantasy. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I figure. So let's see. The Techno Fantasy Atlas for Fabula Ultima will guide you into the high-tech dystopian worlds where outcast heroes fight inequality while merciless villains commit any atrocity to safeguard their privilege. Restore hope to these lands ruled by corruption as the most famous JRPG resistance movements did before you. You got 3 new classes: Esper, Mutant, Pilot, 10 Techno Fantasy locations, lots of ultimate weapons. Ooh, I like that. Custom weapon rules. Quirks, Technospheres. For things, villains. Okay, so let's look at those classes: Esper, Mutant, and Pilot real quick. Techno Fantasy classes are really cool. Good. I'm excited for those. Let's check them out. Techno Fantasy Heroes. Esper, here we go. Oh, these are not hyperlinked. Never mind. So page 146. Let's kind of just scroll way back down. Okay, almost there, almost there, almost there. Here we go. New character class, new cast of characters. Okay, so these are some new combinations, including the new classes, the mutant. Ooh, there's a whole thing, technosphere and stuff. Oh, I want to look at this hoplosphere. Oh, what? Okay, there's a lot to go through. It's not gonna be today. It's not gonna be today. Oh, soul streams. Okay, so these are like the combos. Let's actually look at the character classes. So, Esper, also Empath, Scion, and Soul Hacker. High fantasy classes are really cool as well. Yeah, I'm sure. Let's see if we get to see them. I don't know. At the rate I usually go, I don't know. Let's try. Soul Hacker. Jesus Christ. Thought, desire, emotion are powerful forces whose echoes influence the stream of souls that flows throughout the world. Earthbound vibes. Oh. Espers have developed the ability. Let me move this over here. Sorry. Come on. Stay. There we go. Espers have developed the ability to connect with this spiritual web of sensations, which scientists have dubbed the soul network, because scientists do that sort of thing, and rely on it to transmit information and improve their physical and mental abilities. Because of this, each Esper applies their powers in remarkably different ways. So increase your mind points by 5. Esper skills, cognitive focus, can be leveled up 5 times. Okay, interesting. From the previous character classes, it almost felt, and I didn't do the math in my head, so I may be entirely wrong about this, but most of the character classes felt like it was basically possible to, at level 10, have picked up and basically maxed out all of the 5 skills you have. Here, just by default, that's impossible. These 3 can be leveled up 5 times each. So it's impossible to max out everything as an Esper, which is fine because it sounds like there's different stuff. Like Espers are very flexible. So let's see. Cognitive focus can be leveled up 5 times. No class can be. Okay, so I was wrong. Cool. It felt like it though. I think this is the first time where I've seen this many levels of advancement and immediately went, there's no way. Because some of them were like, oh, this one's 3, this one's 2, and then 1, 2. So like, it felt very close to getting maxed out. This one, not even remotely close. But okay, no, you guys are right. Like I said, I did say I didn't do the math in my head. Just looking at them, it felt like it was possible to kind of max it out. This one, just first glance, immediately like disabuse you of that notion, which is fine. It's fine. It's all not a complaint, just sort of a statement of like how it felt looking at them, right? So let's see. Esper skills, cognitive focus. At the start of your turn during a conflict, you may choose one ally who is able to hear you, or one enemy you can see that is suffering from dazed, enraged, and or shaken. Until the start of your next turn, the chosen creature becomes your focus. You gain a bonus equal to your skill level to checks you perform to examine your focus, as well as to your accuracy checks and magic checks for attacks and offensive spells that include your focus among the targets. When you cast your focus to recover hit points and or mag points, they recover SL times 2 additional HP. Okay. So this is sort of a combination of like, if we're thinking D&D terms, kind of like Hunter's Mark a little bit. But it's very flexible because it's like, it gives you bonuses to examine the focus. It gives you bonuses in accuracy checks and magic checks to fight the focus. But it also gives you bonuses to like recover and heal your focus. So it's like a utility thing where like, so long as you're focused on this one thing, you are better at dealing with it. The Atlas classes to me tend to be more complex. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Esper's all about utility. Yeah, no, I see that just from this alone. Hypercognition, total MP cost of your spells and versus, see your high fantasy atlas, so that's a whole other thing. Which we're probably not going to get to today. That include your focus among the targets is reduced by SL or SL2 if your focus is the only target. Okay, so this lets you focus in, be more effective. This lets you reduce the cost of things you are focused on. All right, Navigator. Yeah, there definitely are more complex. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm seeing that just from the beginning here. Navigator. You can communicate telepathically with any conscious ally within 1 travel day of you. You are able to hear each other for the sake of skills and effects. You gain the ability to perform rituals of the ritualism discipline. That seems unusual for the thing, but yeah, okay. Additionally, you may use ritualism to transport creatures in and out of the soul network and to gain information and attract entities while inside the soul network. Interesting. Interesting. Because the soul network is like basically, it sounds to me, just from what I'm reading so far, from like Shadowrun terms, it's like the net, right? It's like the internet. It's the noosphere. It's right. Keep in mind what ritualism is, though. Yeah, no, exactly. It makes sense when you think about something with telekinesis. No, like it feels weird to read about ritualism and rituals in a sort of more techie fantasy, but also this is Magitech, so of course, magic is still in there. But also, yes, mechanically for what a ritual is in the game, yeah, no, that checks out. It's just the wording kind of like struck me at the moment, but I get it. Let's see, psychic gifts. Each time you take the skill, you gain a gift. Okay, so we'll see those. And the rules for gifts and for the brainwave clock can be found on the next page. Okay, talk about more complicated abilities. And finally, psychokinesis. When you perform an accuracy check, you may replace one of the attribute dice with willpower. So Dex plus willpower for a short bow. Additionally, your melee attacks with weapons belonging to the arcane or sword categories may target flying creatures. Okay, that's cool. Like, basically send my sword flying with psychokinesis, pull it back, and yeah, because I'm using psychokinesis, my willpower is imbued. Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's a level 1. That's easy enough to pick up. So I see what you mean about like kind of like the utility stuff. Like they don't have a lot of like, this is the one thing that's kind of specifically combat focused. Everything else is more utility focused. Alright, so psychic gifts. Using a gift. Gifts can only be used when specific events take place. When this happens, you may spend an amount of mind points equal to number of fill sections in your brainwave clock multiplied by 5, minimum 5 mind points, in order to apply the effects of that gift to the event. Ah, okay, I see what you're doing here. You may only use a single gift. If a gift causes HP or MP recovery, if it causes MP loss, the amount's increased by 10. If you're level 20, but you're level 40. The brainwave clock. You first acquire the psychic gift skill. Start a brainwave clock. Your brainwave clock has 4 sections and it begins each scene empty. After you resolve one of your gifts, fill one section of your brainwave clock. You do so after the effects of the gift have been calculated and applied. Your brainwave clock determines your gift's cost and mind points as well as their effectiveness. See above. You can still use your gifts when the clock is full. Sections of your brainwave clock may not be filled in any way other than described above, and they may only be erased through the brainwave discharge heroic skill or through effects that expressly influence brainwave clocks. Okay. Let's keep reading, because at first glance here, it sounds like we'll see what effects actually influence this, because it doesn't say anything about the brainwave clock getting cleared when you rest or anything like that. It's only this skill and the specific effects. I want to see what those effects are, because so you're saying it's cool. Okay. Here's my question. I'm sure this will be answered, but from what I'm reading right now, it sounds like as soon as I use a gift for the 4th time, my brainwave clock is fully filled, and now until I master this class, all my psychic powers now cost 20 mind points, right? Oh, begins. Wait. Where? Oh, Jesus Christ. Reading. Thank you. Reading comprehension. Apparently not my strong point. Dan. No, I know. I'm overreacting, but also yes. Thank you. That's why. See, Dan. This is why you need to read. I just focused on the 4 sections and kind of just went through and didn't read the whole thing. Okay, begins each scene empty. Good, because like I said, without that, I was like, wait a minute. So I can never get my brainwave clock back down until I master the class? That's wild. No, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Begins each scene empty, the more power you use, the more it fills up. Cool. I'm really curious what the brainwave discharge skill is. I'm sure it's like some kind of like brain explosion. Curious about that. We'll get to it. All right, let's look at the gifts. So you get to pick like basically psychic gifts. You can get up, at the most ever, you'll get up to 5 of these because that's the most you can get, right? And they trigger so Admokinesis triggers when you deal damage, makes your damage error bold, and deals extra damage. Okay, so this is actually cool though, right? Because it is more expensive, but there's a benefit to it. The more sections you have, the more damage you do. Solid. Clairvoyance, when an NPC becomes your focus, so when you create a bond towards an NPC, you can gain information. You can gift only once on each NPC. Very cool. Gravitokinesis, when you deal damage, then she becomes source of physical. Solid. Life transference, when you cause one or more enemies to lose HP. Oh. Choose yourself or an ally who is your focus. If the chosen creature is in crisis, they recover an amount of hit points equals to 5 plus the number. So it's a healing thing, but it only lets you heal. I mean, you do damage to somebody, but it technically only lets you heal either yourself or a focused ally, but only when they're in crisis, which, you know, is usually when you want to heal somebody, right? But it is an interesting limitation to that. Like if the person hasn't fallen into crisis yet, you technically can't transfer life to it. All right, photokinesis rather. When you deal damage, it becomes dark or light source. Okay, so basically kind of like admokinesis, gravity. I have a feeling that the various kineses, yeah, are gonna be change damage type and extra damage. Okay, those are easy enough. Psychic backlash. Gravitokinesis also forces flying creatures to land. Don't know if you missed that. Yeah, no, if the source deals damage to one or more, I kind of like skipped over it, but yes, the source deals damage to one or more flying creatures, they are forced to land immediately. Very, very useful actually, because again, by default, flying creatures can only be hit by certain types of weapons, ranged, stuff like that, or spells. So very handy if you're a melee person, or to help your melee folks get in there. Let's see, Psychic Backlash. The enemy loses an amount of mind points equal to 5 plus a number of filled. All right. Choose one option. That enemy suffers daze, or the enemy suffers shaken. Okay, that's solid. That's solid. After an enemy succeeds an opposed check against you or causes you to lose hit points. So kind of like a Hellish Rebuke kind of thing here. Psychic Shield. After an enemy you can see performs. Also, I will admit I'm going through it very fast because I'm trying to get to see as much as I can before it's end of stream, because we are kind of running up. I could extend the stream a little bit longer, but I've also been going for like 4 hours, and look, I'm not a spring chicken, man. Like, only so much of this I can do all at once, even with the 3-minute breaks. Anyway, Psychic Shield. After an enemy you can see performs an accuracy check or magic check. Doesn't say that they succeed, just when they try. For the purpose of that check, you may treat your defense and magic defense scores as being equal to your current willpower die size plus the number of filled sections in your brainwave clock multiplied by 2. Oh, that's a powerful Psychic Shield. You may still use your normal scores as better. Now that's probably, especially as the brainwave clock fills. Like a fully filled brainwave clock with 4 sections would be 8, and your willpower is probably one of your primary dice size, because as an Esper, it's kind of is, right? Like a lot of abilities and stuff depend on willpower. Like willpower is probably your highest stat, if not like amongst your highest stats. So that means it's gonna be like probably a 10 plus 8, like an 18 to your defense and magic defense. That's really good, actually. That's really protective. Reassuring presence. Yeah, definitely not your D6. Exactly. Like, again, as an Esper, if you've got a D6 willpower, sure. Multi-classing, right? You might pick up a couple of levels in Esper, and when you were like I don't know, a Darkblade or something, and a couple other things that didn't really need willpower. Actually, Darkblade might need willpower. I'm talking out my ass. Anyway, Again, you're probably not going to have a D6 at this. But even then, 6 plus 8 is 12. That's pretty decent defense. It's better than you might have. Like, again, I think my character had defense of like 9 and 8 or something like that. Not great. Reassuring presence. After you cover an ally with a guard action, the ally recovers an amount of mind points equal to blah blah blah. If that ally is your focus, they also heal from a single status effect of your choice. Okay, again, I see what you mean about utility. Like they've got a lot of different things they can do. I like that. Okay, let's move on to. Okay, so first of all, yes, sure, like I like that. Also, any class called a soul hacker, yes, you know. Mutant. Okay, I love her. This is great. Abomination. Experiment. Lycanthrope. Look at me, coward. Behold what your silence allowed them to create. Mutant. Some say no progress can be achieved without sacrifice. Conveniently enough, these sacrifices are rarely made by those in power. Mutants are living testaments to this ruthless arrogance. People whose souls and bodies bear the signs of technological or magical pollution. Each mutant is a unique being capable of altering their body in strange and unprecedented ways, but their powers come at a painful price and can be a dreadful sight to behold. Increase your maximum hit points by 5. Okay, so let's look at their skills. Acromorphosis. Your unarmed strikes deal 6 plus your skill level times 2 extra damage. Extra damage. Okay, that's not just what they do. That's on top of what you're already hitting. And you gain a bonus equal to the skill level to your accuracy checks with them. So that means if you were to pick this up at the max level of 3, that would be 12 extra damage for every unarmed strike, rolling at a +3 on your accuracy checks. Like, that right away, that's kind of like you're a monster. Right, unarmed by default does HR +0, but this isn't it true that or am I making that up, that the sort of the gloved weapons, and there's a whole table of those that I saw, those count as unarmed strikes, right? So if you're wearing like those sort of glove weapons, this will stack on top of that, right? But also still, like, +12 is still like, there's not a lot of weapons that are HR +12, right? Like, that's still a very effective, and you're rolling at a +3 on your accuracy check. So even if you don't have like extra punchy gloves or whatever, you're still, that's still pretty brutal. At the start of your turn during a conflict, you may choose a weapon category other than brawling. If you do, your unarmed strikes now belong to the chosen category. So if you want to do, okay, oh, nice. Okay, so basically you get to, it's kind of like with the image here, you get to, you know, your arms, whatever, become knives or become bludgeoning, you know, like rocks or whatever. They're brawling. Oh, brawling, not unarmed. Okay. At the start of your turn during a conflict, you may choose a weapon category other than brawling. Really? Huh. Like, it feels like... Because that's the thing, like, unarmed strikes belong by default to the brawling category, don't they? Like, or is brawling and unarmed separate? Okay, wait, no, I need to look. I still have the original book open. Wait. Now, I'm curious, because am I interpreting that wrong? Like, you're probably... So, yeah, so you change your unarmed strike into a different category. No, yeah, that I get. Oh, wait, okay. So become ranged weapons instead of melee. If each attackers cannot be used a triple slash, and choose less than the rest of their turn. I mean, this is a special effect, I guess, because the whole point is that you're modifying your body as a mutant. But like, if I... So let me check something real quick. Wait, sorry, page like 280 here. I'm just curious, right? How this works. So with rare weapons, I'm looking at a PDF that's not on screen. I'm looking at the main one. I just want to see what it says regarding this because I'm real curious. So unarmed strike, offensive qualities. Sample rare bow weapons, rare brawling weapons. One-handed melee. But it's in grasp. Just trying to follow what you were asking. No. So my thing. So let me actually switch over here. So my question is, you're like, if you have one of these brawling weapons that are basically just like bandages around your fists or fuel knuckles or silver talons and stuff, when you're using these, you're not doing unarmed damage. You're doing brawling damage. But I thought unarmed was kind of, because unarmed by default is HR plus 0. But when you are striking with your fist, yes, you are unarmed, therefore it's HR plus 0, but that counts as a brawling attack, right? Am I getting it wrong? Where's combat here? I'm missing something in combat, most likely. Unarmed is a weapon in the, unarmed is a weapon in the brawling category. So technically it's a brawling weapon, right? So it's so all of these, that's why they say like choose something in the other one outside of brawling. So in the other one here, right, it says choose a weapon category other than brawling. If you do, your unarmed strikes now belong to the chosen category. But it's still unarmed strikes. Okay. I think I see where my confusion is coming from. Because they are, if you're using, did I go by? I went past the gloves. Whatever, wherever they are. But the point is, if I'm using one of those sort of glove weapons, then at that point I'm not unarmed. Unarmed by default is still unarmed. The category of the unarmed. Okay. Now I'm getting it. Okay, now I see where my little where the holdup was mentally. So that's why, yeah, you're unarmed. It's always effectively, unless there's like some other effect, right, or something else, or an item that specifically says like you are considered unarmed or it gives your unarmed strikes blah blah blah, right? Unless it specifically says that it's in, that this item or this equipment or this whatever still means unarmed effectively, you wouldn't be able to sort of combo it with this. Okay, all right, now I'm getting it. Yeah, because otherwise I was gonna say, like, what if I pick up one of those glove weapons that already is doing like HR plus 6, for example, something like that? Would that then stack with this? So I'm doing HR plus 6 plus 12 at max level, right? I understood now. I mean, it's still solid, right? It's still like HR plus 0 plus like 12 at max level, rolling at plus 3. That's still, that you're still pretty good. And if you find other stuff, right, if there's other equipment or other stuff that has that specific ability to basically make your unarmed strikes, I mean, there might be other character classes that also like maybe have something like that make your unarmed strikes more powerful, because this is like DLC. This doesn't replace whatever damage your unarmed strike does by default. So if you have some other ability that makes your unarmed strikes go HR plus whatever, plus X, then this would stack on top of that, is what it sounds like. All right, now I'm getting that. And also, I like that you can choose like ranged weapons on this, so you can basically like, kind of narrate how you're like shooting your claws out like, like flying daggers, or you're shooting like your nails like that. That's fun stuff. So for example, Chimeras, you can use acromorphosis with consume. Oh, there we go. That's a good one. That's actually a really good one. All right, let's look at the rest of it. I spent enough time with acromorphosis. Let's look at biophagy. Yeah. Can be leveled up to 4 times after one of your attacks or offensive spells causes one or more enemies to lose HP. If you're in crisis, you may recover skill level. Okay, so it's kind of implied that you're eating chunks of your enemies, but color that however you like. But I get that. You can use it with anything that requires a specific category of weapon. Right. Okay, Ecdysis. After you lose hit points due to damage, if the damage had a type other than physical, you may spend 10 hit points to gain a Ooh. Until you use the skill again, you can use the skill. If doing so would reduce you 0 HP. Okay, I like that. This is this kind of ability that normally you'd see on monsters. It's like hit him with fire. Oh no, now he's resistant to fire. That sort of thing. That's cool. I like that. Genoclepsis. When you deal damage to one or more NPCs, you learn their species, and the GM chooses SL skill level therioforms, so up to 2 therioforms appropriate to those NPCs. If you have acquired a theriomorphosis skill, you may immediately pay its HP cost and use it to manifest those therioforms. If you're not... Okay, let's look at theriomorphosis, because that looks interesting. Each time you acquire the skill, you learn a therioform. You can acquire up to 6 times, okay? You may use an action to spend 1/3 of your current hit points, so painful, to manifest the effects of up to 2 therioforms from those you have learned. Use a transformation. Okay, so I'm real curious about this. Therioforms. Therioforms are mutations that grant power. Oh boy, that's a lot. 2 whole pages. Okay. Mutations that grant powerful abilities. The way they manifest is completely up to you. Pterotheria, for example, might turn you into a person-sized bat, or simply give you large feathered wings. Once you use a theriomorphosis skill, the frozen theriomorphs last until the end of the scene. They also end if you die or fall unconscious, perform the guard action, or use a theriomorphosis skill again. This includes using it through Genoclepsis. We'll go back to that. You may end the effects of your theriomorphosis at any time, but during a conflict, you can only do so on your turn, before or after an action. When a scene ends, if you are under the effects of theriomorphosis, you may spend 10 mind points to extend your current therioforms to the next scene you're in. Okay. Okay. So before I go into them further, so Genoclepsis lets you effectively, deal damage, but let's say, take a bite. Take a bite out of an enemy, then you learn their species, and then the GM goes like, well, 1 or 2 maximum forms. And so here's the suggestions. The kind of like, if you take a bite out of a salamander, then it's probably going to be an amphibia theroform. Like if you're going to bite theroform. So basically, yeah, it's suggestions on the types of therioforms you would get based on the type of creature that you are, eating a chunk off of. Let's see. Mutants are about using HP, and I love that about them because it's very thematic. Like almost everything they do, it requires them to spend some level of HP, and it's painful. I like mutant classes, one of my favorite niche things. Like this is a really interesting approach, the mutant class. I'm liking it. Also, again, very flexible. So amphibia, you breathe underwater, your eyes can see perfectly in dim light, and you recover hit points. You recover 5 additional hit points. You may creally recover from a single status effect of your choice. Nice, little extra effects. Arpactida. Wolves were to spray, because of sharp hunting, so treat your insiders 1 die higher. You deal damage to 1 or more creatures the first time during your turn. If at least one of them is in crisis, you deal 5 extra damage to each of those creatures. Nice. Dynamotheria, bears, dinosaurs, creature of massive size and strength. Treat your might higher. Succeed on a check to advance or turn back a clock. That check includes might. You may fill or erase 1 additional sector in that clock. Electrophora, electric creatures, lightning elementals, robots. When you deal damage with an attacker's spell, you may have all that damage become bolt. While your unarmed strikes deal bolt damage, any enemy who loses 20 or more hit points due to one of your unarmed strikes also suffers slow. Nice. The suggestions also help with theming your transformations. No, definitely. Neurophagoida. Parasites, the undead, creatures who feed on souls. When you use the biophagy skill, you also recover an amount of mind points equal to 4+. Okay. Therioform. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Placophora. Crustaceans, turtles. Okay, so you get armor. Your defense scores being quite a bit. Although I guess not really. I mean, yes, really. Oh, no, wait. Yes, really. Because you can go up to 6. So it's going to make your defense score be anywhere from 14 to 16, which is not bad. Yeah. It's not half your level, it's half your skill level. But yes. It's still like, again, at best it would be a +3, but still, that's a 16 defense. It's not bad at all. Pneumophora, jet propulsion, mollusks, great winged beasts, rockets. When you deal damage with an attack or spell, you may have all that damage become air. While your unarmed strikes deal air damage, enemy who uses that also suffers weak. Okay, cool. Polypoda, you gain, okay, you basically grow extra arms. Squid octopi, gain multi 3 for your unarmed strikes. Pterotheria, bat's wings, you're able to fly. In addition to the opposite advantages of mobility, your melee attacks target flying creatures. Cannot be targeted by melee attacks, so all the good flying stuff. And of course, yeah, if you're in a narrow corridor, yeah, makes sense. And if you get hit with air, bolt, or ice, you basically get grounded. Good to know. Pyrophora, when you deal damage with an attack or spell, you may have all that damage become fire. And if you hit blah blah blah, you hit hard. They also suffer dazed. Got it. Tachytheria, cats, gazelles, hares. Treat your dexterity as 1 die sire, and kind of like the might thing. And finally, Toxicophora, which I'm assuming, yeah, you're not trying to deal poison, you're poison, blah blah blah. Okay, all good stuff. Like, some of them are of course variations of others, understandable. But yeah, no, this is good stuff. This is because also it makes it very flexible. So every time you choose the skill, you learn 1 Therioform. But then Genoclepsis. Okay, I see. So default Theriomorphosis, you're at most ever going to choose 6 of these. But in theory, with Genoclepsis, you can effectively gain temporary access to the stuff beyond that by quote-unquote stealing, mimicking, however you want to flavor it, to get access to those other ones. So again, makes you very flexible and can make it like there is a parallel here a little bit to the Chimerist in that whole, like, your learning ability, but rather than learning the monster's abilities, your body, your mutation is adapting based on the kinds of monsters that you're kind of fighting. So that's, yeah, I like that. That's a very different approach to that sort of thing, but I very much dig it. With 16, almost nothing is hitting. Yeah, exactly. No, 16 is really good defense. Not complaining about that. Okay, so and then the final tech one. I think with that we'll end the stream. I will not have time to look at the high fantasy one, so we'll save that for when that 3rd book comes out. Then we're gonna kind of like dedicate a whole stream to all 3 books, I think. Anyway, biker, mecha pilot, sky pirate. I do love me a mecha pilot. Let's see. Be they boastful races, trained soldiers, or elegant chauffeurs, pilots develop a special bond with their vehicle. In a way, it becomes an extension of their body, which they can rely on for battle and travel. While transports of all sorts are frequently seen in every Fabula Ultima world, a pilot's vehicle is something unique and irreplaceable. It could be the very mecha their mother piloted in a battle, a jury-rigged aviobike that shouldn't even be able to fly, or some sort of technological marvel. Let's see, I like that you can always spend 10 MP to keep that Genoclepsis mutation for the next. Yes, exactly. You can extend it out. So like that gives you that kind of gives you the option to, like, all right, we're going to need, like, we know up ahead there is a situation in which we will need to be able to deal fire damage, and I don't have Pyrophora. It's not one of my chosen Theriomorphosis Therioforms, right? So let's go out and let's hunt and find a monster that uses fire. Let me bite them, and then, you know, now I gain access to this, to Pyrophora, and then spend the extra mind points so I can keep it going into the next scene in which we go back and deal with a situation where I needed to be able to deal fire damage, right? So it gives you that extra step of, like, wait, let's plan for what's coming up ahead, which I do dig. All right, so pilots get extra hit points, and they equip, so they are more fighty types. They equip martial melee weapons, martial range weapons. Compression tech. Yes, pocket mech. As long as there is no one aboard your personal vehicle, you may have it safely disappear from the game world at any time. What magic or technology allows it? If it's your personal vehicle is not present in the game world and you are in a space big enough to contain it, you perform the inventory action and spend 2 inventory points to have the vehicle appear near you and enter it for free. I love it. Pocket mech. Like, it's just like, you know. Also, the fun thing about this, I haven't even looked at the rest. This alone, it's basically like your Power Ranger skill, right? It's how you, it's summoning your sword, like it's summoning my Zord, my Megazord. I'm down for it. Let's see, flexible configuration. In fact, I could see some of the sillier games kind of taking it in that direction, right? Like as a group of like, sorry, I'm just imagining now a group, just based on this alone, a group of 5 pilot players. And, you know, they all have, this is Fabula Ultima, so they're all going to have their other different classes as well, right? So that's how you differentiate, you know, Red Ranger, Blue Ranger, Yellow Ranger, Black Ranger, Green Ranger, White Ranger, etc. Whatever Rangers you want to have. You know, their other classes will be the ones that would... the book may already have me covered with that. Okay, yeah, I'm glad. So I'm not the only one who sees this, because this alone makes me want to run a Super Sentai game. And, you know, 5 players, each one has their own, like, you know, Megazord, and yeah, that could be a lot of fun. Flexible configuration. When you perform the equipment or guard action while driving your personal vehicle, you may choose up to skill level of its enabled modules and disable them. If you do, choose up to an equal amount of its disabled modules and enable them. Okay, so that's just basically turning things on and off. The better you are, the more flexible you are at this. Again, until I see how that works on the mechanics, I don't know how valuable that is, but probably very. Heart in the engine can be leveled up to 3 times. At the start of your turn in a during conflict, if you are driving your personal vehicle, you may spend 10 mind points. If you do, choose one option. The next time you deal damage on this turn, deal your skill level times 2 extra damage, so up to 6 maximum. Or the next time you suffer damage before the start of your next turn, damage is reduced by SL times 2 applied before damage affinities. Or you recover from either slow or weak status effect on your... Okay, I like that. I like that. I would probably almost always choose the defensive one under the classic characters. Okay, so I'll you know what? Let me go up real quick. Aha. Okay, I see it. The pilots control systems activate. Having escaped an orbital project Miraris on the 4 young recruits are controlled by their mechas. So yeah, Miraris 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nemo, Gozen, Klorkoi, and Walpurgis. So pilot, sharpshooter, weapon master, pilot, guardian, and weapon master, pilot, elementalist, and rogue, and pilot, entropist, and spiritist. Ooh. Ah, that's so cool. That's so cool. All right, let's go back. I like that. I just like that as a campaign idea. I really do. All right, heart of the engine, personal vehicle. When you try the skill, you get a personal vehicle with a frame of your choice and 3 different modules of your choice. See next page. When you try the skill again, you gain a conditional. Okay, so more modules, some more things. And finally, strong grip. When you perform an accuracy check with a weapon module, replace one of the attributes with might for an so might plus willpower for an arcane module. All right, let's take a look at that. A pilot's personal vehicle follows a set of special rules. Entering the personal vehicle during a conflict requires the objective action. Normally, there is no check required, but the Game Master may introduce a clock if there are serious dangers from obstacles. The personal vehicle is accessible when the conflict begins. Characters may enter it immediately before the initiative check. So that's a big reason why compression check is good, because in the middle of a fight, you can have your, if you didn't start in your mech, you can perform the inventory action, spend the 2 points, and basically just get into it without really having to possibly like, oh, combat started and you are on the other side of the battlefield from your vehicle, from your mech, whatever. So now there's an objective and the clock has 6 pieces for you to try and get around the battlefield and get to your personal vehicle, right? So it's a challenge. Strong grip equals psychokinesis. Yeah, kind of does, doesn't it? Kind of does. Okay, personal vehicle. Oh, wait, no, sorry, I skipped a couple. Leaving the personal vehicle doesn't require an action during conflict. It can only be done on your turn before or after an action. The personal vehicle can contain a variable number of human-sized creatures depending on its frame and modules, but only its pilot may drive it. Additionally, the other passengers cannot cover creatures when they perform the guard action. The maximum number of modules enabled at the same time a personal vehicle is equal to 3 plus its pilot's skill level and personal vehicle. Okay, so that's part of why flexible configuration can be, because you can have more modules than what you can use at any given time, and then flexible configuration gives you a quicker way to swap between them as needed. Personal vehicle is made of the following elements: a frame that informs its general shape, steed for riding animals, skateboards and the likes, exoskeleton for power armor, mecha for large combat robots. Each pilot must pick the frame for the personal vehicles when they obtain the skill. This remains unchanged for the rest of the game, so make sure to choose carefully based on your character's style and personality, and consider the role they will have in the campaign. For example, choosing a fighter plane doesn't make much sense if your story takes place in the slums of cyberpunk megalopolis. How about an anti-grav bike instead? A variable number of weapon modules, armor modules, and support modules that can be connected to the personal vehicle's control systems, enabled, or kept inactive but still attached to the frame, disabled. Some options, such as the flexible configuration skill and the secondary offensive module, may allow you to quickly enable and disable modules or to briefly activate a disabled module. The upcoming pages contain a detailed explanation. So there's a lot to it, and I cannot go through all the modules. This is another hour to go through. This would be another hour of me going through all this stuff, which cool, but I don't have that time right now. All of this. Oh my god, yeah, I would spend so much time configuring my mech. And I really kind of want to... I have a feeling they missed an H here. And the heroic skills for this. Okay, dreams. I don't have time. I unfortunately have to wrap up for today. But holy shit, this is dope. This is dope as hell. Mutant, Esper, both of these, I love them, and I didn't think, I was like, all right, let's get through the pilot. I don't think I'm going to, the pilot's going to be probably my least favorite one, because I like getting weird with it. I like playing mutants. I like give me Espers and soul hacking and whatnot. But holy shit, yes, well done with the pilot. I was not expecting to like that as much as I do. It's a shame that I don't have time to really dive deep into this. There's a whole thing about Curse. Oh yes, I like this. I want all of this. It's fine having a second character almost. It's like having a second character almost doubles complexity. Yes, I can see there's a lot. I do not have time. So unfortunately, I'm gonna go back here because I do need to wrap up. But if I keep those up on screen, I'm never gonna get around to it. So, folks, thanks so much for hanging out today for 4 hours of me yelling semi-coherently about tabletop RPGs, as I usually do. And with that, I'm going to wrap up this deep dive into Fabula Ultima, which we've been doing for the past 4 or 5 streams at this point. Not because I don't want to continue it, but because there's only so much I can do, especially at the rate I go through these. So thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. King Pine, everyone who's a True Storm Joe, the folks on YouTube. Oh god damn it, I'm flaking on your name again. Weapon Prime. Look, all this stuff. Thanks so much. I sincerely really appreciate having people on the stream who are familiar with the game already, because you can tell I'm going through these very quick, right? And I will occasionally miss stuff. So having somebody point this stuff out is super useful. I like the back and forth, so I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. And so I will be back tomorrow, just real quick. I still haven't updated my schedule text, so that is technically slightly wrong, because I say 2 to 5, they're now 2 to 6, but otherwise that schedule is pretty much there. So I will be back tomorrow. And tomorrow, what we are going to be looking at, I just threw something on the floor. Tomorrow, what we are going to be looking at, as a quick reminder, is not my dice on my phone, but it is in fact, we're going to start diving into Triangle Agency, which I'm super excited about. So if you are at all curious about this game, this tabletop RPG, if you know if you ever heard of SCPs, Secure Contain Protect, if that sort of thing, anomaly style sort of games and stories and all that stuff, this is kind of that, right? It's sort of SCP, the role-playing game, and then some. I'm super excited. I backed this a long time ago. It just arrived. It's like the normal briefcase collection. It's kind of, let me open it up, extra fancy with all sorts of stuff. We'll play with that next week. Sorry, not next week, tomorrow, as early as tomorrow. So I hope y'all are as excited about that as I am, because I sure as hell am. Looking forward to that. So that'll be tomorrow. But for today, thanks so much for hanging out, folks. If you have not followed me on my socials yet, you should. I've just linked them all on chat. That is the best way to find out when I'm streaming or not streaming. One last thing before I end the stream. Tonight, I don't want to say... I want to stream again tonight. I want to play a little bit of video gaming before bed, but I'm not gonna promise it. It really depends on how my night goes. So maybe that's what the socials are for. If I do stream again tonight, I'll announce it on the socials there, and it'll just be some casual video game streaming. Feel free to hang out if you got nothing better to do. Otherwise, I will hopefully see at least some of you tomorrow to check out Triangle Agency and continue with our series of streams. Thanks once again so much for hanging out. I really appreciate everybody, and take care.